We are going to adjourn to executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101 subsection I. Potential, I'm not seeing it there in front of me. Anyway, subsection I, potential litigation. We expect to be out for 1 hour. And no action is currently expected. So let's all go into executive session now. See you there.
Mayor Baker?
We are going to need another 30 minutes in executive session. So we will reconvene the regular meeting at 7:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And for all of our participants, if you didn't hear the mayor's announcement, the executive session has been extended by an additional 30 minutes, which means that the regular meeting will not begin until approximately 7:30 p.m. One more time for everyone joining us this evening, the mayor and council just announced that they are extending their executive session by 30 minutes, which means the regular meeting will not begin until approximately 7:30 p.m.
Hello, Anastasia.
Hello, Councilmember File. It looks like the council members are slowly trickling in.
Okay.
I don't believe that Mayor Baker will call the meeting to order until 7:30 p.m. in case you need to take a quick break.
Yeah, let's think of it right and do that. Thank you, City Clerk.
Okay. Good evening, Rob.
Hi, how's everybody doing? Appreciate everybody's patience. I'll be right back.
Okay. Welcome back, Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Mayor.
There's something intimidating about that.
Perhaps you're right. We can try calming blue colors and green colors next time.
Just the robot voice cracks me up.
Are you waiting on Councilmember Marshall?
No, I'm waiting on 7:30.
Okay.
All right, Kenmore City Council is now in session. We are coming out of an executive session and no action will be taken. And the regular council meeting is now called to order. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the first people of Kenmore and honor with gratitude the land itself and the Coast Salish people who thrive in this place, alive and strong. Will you now please join me, or no, first the roll call.
Deputy Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Here.
Councilmember File,
Here.
Councilmember O'Kane,
Here.
Councilmember Kugler,
Here.
Mayor Baker.
Here. If you will please stand and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America,
And to the
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. If there are no objections, the agenda will stand approved as written. All right, next item on the agenda are a couple of proclamations. So let's go ahead and start with the first proclamation. And that is, whereas every day over 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, 230 are shot and wounded, and on average, there are nearly 15,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas protecting public safety in the community is the City of Kenmore's highest responsibility. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. And whereas in January 2013, Hadiah Pendleton, a teenager who marched in President Barack Obama's second inaugural parade, was tragically shot and killed just weeks later, should now be celebrating her 24th birthday. And whereas to help honor Hadiah, along with the numerous Americans whose lives are cut short, and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day. A national coalition of organizations has designated June 2nd as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas this idea was inspired by a group of Hadaya's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas by wearing orange on June 2nd, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Now I, therefore, David Baker, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June 2nd, 2021 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the City of Kenmore, and encourage our community to wear orange on that day. The next proclamation we have is a proclamation on Juneteenth.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Yes, our special guest, Fernell Miller, has asked to briefly speak to the proclamation before it's read, as there's a special request to have it come back at a later date.
well, that's a change in our rules because usually the guest speaks
Yes.
after. And if we had a question, it should have been brought up during the council agenda approval.
Out of the deepest respect,
What does council wish to do?
just a point of information before, please,
What information do you need?
to provide.
No, that's an improper use of point of information. What piece of information do you need?
I guess we'd need the information from Fernell Miller herself.
What does the council want to do on this? I'm looking for direction from the council. Councilmember Marshall?
We could, upon a motion, suspend the rules, or at least for this one, and then see what Ms. Miller wanted to raise, given that it's sometime before Juneteenth.
I'm always very hesitant to suspend rules. Is this council's direction?
We would need a
I'm not
motion,
seeing
probably a
agreement.
second.
I'm not seeing an agreement to suspend rules. Are you making it a motion, Councilmember Marshall?
I would so move.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this? So the motion in front of us is to suspend rules. Councilmember Marshall,
I would just like to hear what Ms. Miller has to say before we would proceed with the Juneteenth proclamation.
is this council's wish? We have a motion and second in front of us. So all of those in favor of suspending the rules, say aye.
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 All right, we have 4 ayes. The rules will be suspended for this. Ms. Miller, before I read, what would you like to add?
Hello. Hi, council and members. Good to see all of you again. And first, just to thank you for including me in the process. I wanted to give you some information, and I thought the proclamation was going to be read, and then I would talk after. And so I was anyway, so here we are.
And we're going to have you speak after. So you have some information you need to impart to us before I read this, and that's the information I'd like to hear.
Okay, that was That was a miscommunication with council member File and ourselves trying to get in the order. I didn't know I was going to get to.
Yes, you get an opportunity to speak at the end.
Okay, all right, then that's fine. I just wanted to bring up the points that I gave you with regards to some things that may have been.
Fine, we'll come back to you.
That's fine. That's fine. If you want to wait till
Proclamation.
after, that's fine. That was a miscommunication on
All
that.
right.
Thank you.
Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas the Civil War ended with the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9th, 1865. And whereas this news reached Texas when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston Bay with Union troops. It was on June 19th, 1865, that he announced, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free." And whereas the celebration of the end of slavery, which has become known as Juneteenth, is the oldest known public celebration of the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and celebrates the successes gained through education and greater opportunity. And whereas on a larger scale, celebration of Juneteenth reminds each of us the precious promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity, which are at the core of the American dream. And now, therefore, I, David Baker, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June 19th as the day to celebrate Juneteenth 2021 throughout the City of Kenmore. And we urge all residents to join with the City Council in this observance. Fernell Miller in 2020 launched The Root of Us to bring her message of diversity, equity, and inclusion to anyone looking to improve their community. She has been conducting training for the City of Kenmore and is currently contracting with the cities of Olympia and Kirkland and several private companies and organizations. She was a long-term resident of this city and continues to be an educator for the North Shore School District. One of her primary passions is to help others start conversations and take positive steps to understand racism, discrimination, and inclusion. And we're really honored to have her here with us tonight. Mrs. Miller, please.
Thank you again, Mayor Baker, and thank you for having me to have this read into Kenmore history. This is a day I didn't imagine getting to see. And so I acknowledge that Kenmore's work is moving in that direction, and I'm happy to assist and be a part of it. And I wasn't aware that the proclamation may have been made last year, and so I was hoping to have more conversation around what actual actions are being taken along with this day. As you just said, that June 2nd being the National Day of Gun Awareness and the City of Kenmore to wear orange. Juneteenth, some celebratory actions, and I hadn't heard what maybe had been planned, or maybe they're not planned yet. I would hope that there's some conversation and education around this observance, as that is not really taught or understanding or even awareness about this date and what that means. And so I sent a document of ideas of how things can be not just celebrated, but understood and learn and help our education to know how to move. Because once we know and understand each other and what's going on, it helps us know how to move. And so I didn't want to just have a proclamation day without some conversation about how we really can continue to move freedom forward for all of us. And so that's what I think council member File was maybe trying to communicate, that we could have some of that conversation before we did the proclamation, so we could have some things planned, ready to go. But either way, we're here. You've acknowledged it, and I'm just looking forward to more opportunity to just educate and help us move forward in a way that we can really have some repair of relationship, reconciling, some reparations, rebuilding, and recording. Like how are we recording that Kenmore is a safe and equitable place for Black and Brown and Indigenous people to live? Are we measuring that? How can we tell? By all the work that you're doing. You're new hires, you're doing new programs, your new awareness, new training. We need to not forget about the tracking and recording of how our progress is going, and so it can be repeatable. So that's all I wanted to have some conversation and say, well, okay, what are we doing along with reading that? What are we going to do on the 19th? So thank you for letting me speak to that. I open for any questions if that's appropriate or not. I haven't been here with you all in a while, so I'm forgetting your procedures, but wanted to have that conversation and see what ideas you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We really appreciate your being here to accept this proclamation tonight. All right, next on the agenda is Pride Month. Whereas LGBTQ plus Americans are deserving of the same dignity, respect, justice, and rights afforded to all citizens, a principle bolstered by the Washington State Law Against Discrimination, as amended in 2006. The 2012 Washington Engrossed Senate number 6239 legislation to legalize same-sex marriage, and the landmark 2015 decision of the U.S. Supreme Court guaranteeing marriage equality in all 50 states. And whereas LGBTQ plus youth, families, and community members continue to experience discrimination and exclusion in our schools and communities, places of work, and in acquiring housing. And whereas the city of Kenmore recognizes the importance of its residents, students, business owners, and employers, and city employees, diversity of ethical, cultural, racial, and sexual orientation and gender identities, all of which bring important richness to the city of Kenmore. And whereas the fight for equality and dignity for all individuals under the law continues, and equality of opportunity and freedom from discrimination are fundamental to ensuring economic success and personal fulfillment. And whereas the city of Kenmore passed resolution number 17-292 on March 6th, 2017, reaffirming Kenmore as a safe, inclusive, and welcoming city for all people, stating that Kenmore believes in the dignity, equality, and constitutional and civil rights of all people, and will not tolerate discrimination, harassment, or any behavior that creates fear, isolation, or intimidation. And whereas the city of Kenmore encourages all residents to work together to fight bullying and harassment, and teach respect for everyone, regardless of age, ethnicity, faith, gender, sexual orientation, sexual identity, gender identity, or differences that are perceived or real. And whereas the Kenmore City Council issued a proclamation for Pride Week in 2019 and Pride Month in 2020, including flying the Pride flag at City Hall in June of 2020. And whereas Pride Month is a celebration of the contributions made by LGBTQ plus individuals in our community and throughout the nation, and recognition that LGBTQ plus rights are human rights, the City Council desires to explore its support for this 2020 proclamation by flying the Pride flag at Kenmore City Hall during Pride Month. Now I therefore, David Baker, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2021 to be Pride Month throughout the city of Kenmore. And with us tonight is Dan Burke. Dan Burke is the Kenmore business owner of 58 Stars Travel, previously known as Passport Travel. The Puget Sound Business Journal has named 58 Stars Travel to its top 25 LGBTQ businesses list to be featured in an early June issue. Pre-pandemic, the agency had 13 employees and 15 independent contractors. And like other travel-related businesses, they have had challenges this year, but are ready for the rebound in travel. And we are honored to have Mr. Burke with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I really appreciate it. It's great to be here. I'm really honored to have you read that proclamation. It's very, very well written and very well said. So thank you very much. And I hope everybody has a very happy Pride Month and gets back to traveling soon.
And I'm looking forward to it also.
I bet you are. I am too.
All right. Next item on the agenda is public comments. And we want to welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council cannot engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. All comments must be addressed to the mayor and city council. Please use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. Your time cannot be granted to another, and your clock time will not be reset unless there are extenuating circumstances and the presiding officer has expressly allowed it. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the city council or clerk in advance. This meeting is being recorded, and I thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Will the clerk please call the first person?
Thank you, Mayor Baker. We have quite a few guests with us this evening. I'd like to call them in this order, with the first group of guests being Christiana Matthews, David Evans, David Dorian, David Morton, Randy Beneker, and Janet Hayes. Christiana, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christiana Matthews. Last week's meeting was the first time I've ever attended a Kenmore City Council meeting or interacted with anyone from Kenmore City Council. I've not been very active in our community as we didn't think we'd be living here this long, but alas, we're still here. I'm here today because of the disrespectful and unprofessional behavior I witnessed at the council meeting last week. Mr. Mayor, in the very beginning of last week's meeting, there was an issue with some audio feedback that you became very frustrated with. There were many members watching. When a female council member very gently pointed out that you were logged in twice and that it was what might be causing the feedback, you lost control of your composure and you yelled at the councilwoman. And after witnessing that behavior, I went back and watched about 10 other past council meetings. And I'm here today to gently remind you that you are representing our community and that your position requires the utmost professionalism and respectfulness under pressure. I witnessed you lose your composure at the clerk, at other council members, and at other community members. I'm speaking for many of us in the community today that feel as though you owe your colleague, not your subordinate, but your colleague, female councilwoman Karina File, an apology for the lack of respect and professionalism that you displayed when you yelled at her in front of everyone. And I'm coming before you today to serve as a reminder that the residents of the city are watching you, Mayor Baker, and we're watching how our elected officials treat each other. With all due respect, you need to do better. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening. I'm done.
Thank you. David Evans. David Evans.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Thank you for allowing me to appear before you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I am here at the invitation of Councilmember File, just to update you on a love note that we had on May 19th last week with the city of Kenmore. And really what it was a pop-up vaccination clinic held at the Kenmore Community Club, which I volunteer for as the president. I should also say, I'm sorry, my name is David Evans. I live in Kenmore up on Simons Road near Inglemoor High School. I've been a volunteer at the community club for 6 years. Entering into this year and actually much of last year, we wanted to take more of a charitable role in our community. We wanted to find out ways that we could fulfill that part of our mission to give back. We have not been renting in this past year. I think last weekend was our first rental. And so, you know, there were empty hands that wanted to get busy. And I'm happy to say that Councilmember File connected us with Todd Woolham, who is the maybe here tonight and is the EMS chief with the Shoreline Fire Department, and also with the University of Washington vaccination effort. And what we were able to do was come together on May 19th for 3 hours at the Kenmore Community Club and invite people really locally to come in and get vaccinated. We were successful in vaccinating 63 people, and that exceeded our goal. But what's really important to the effort we were making is, you may know that the vaccination effort has really entered a new stage where we're getting people for whom it may not be convenient, or there may be language barriers or financial barriers or time barriers, in order to be able to go down and get a shot for themselves and their children down to 12 years and up. And we were felt very fortunate that, first of all, Rob Carlinzi approved through the Love of Kenmore program us to do a little bit more outreach than we would normally do. This involves Spanish language translation and Facebook advertising, and making sure that we get to some of those hard to reach neighbors nearby. So I just wanted to update you on that and thank Councilmember File for the connection that she made. We also will be returning to have a second pop-up vaccination clinic on June 9th, which is exactly 3 weeks from the first one. The people who got a shot were asking about that, and the facility, my facility, the club is open for that. I would ask if we could to take advantage of the Love of Kenmore Fund once again for our communication and flyer printing costs and translation fees, not to exceed $200. And that way we can once again make sure that we get to the people who, you know, don't normally hear from us to come out and get a vaccine. But thank you to all involved, and I just really appreciated being a part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. David Dorian.
Hello there. My name is David Dorian. I'm a resident of Kenmore. To the mayor and council members, even prior to the pandemic, many in North King County lived paycheck to paycheck. With an average median income of $50,857, 1 in 3 households were cost burdened even prior to the impact of COVID-19 in our area. And the pandemic has only made things worse, and in some cases far worse. In the 2020 to 2021 school year, the North Shore and Shoreline school districts have nearly 215 homeless students, and 11.4% of families in the North Shore School District are considered low income. Households that have accrued rental debt need protection from eviction. I urge the council to take action to make sure that landlords are working with their tenants to access rental assistance instead of using eviction as a way to resolve rental debt. This action could include things like extending a local eviction moratorium past June 30th, when the state moratorium is scheduled to expire, creating a defense to eviction if a renter has rental debt due to economic hardship related to the pandemic, and that would help incentivize landlords and renters to work together to access rental assistance programs. And the council could also require landlords to certify that they have tried to obtain rental assistance before filing for eviction due to unpaid rent. Measures like these would help to prevent a wave of homelessness later this year. Alongside this emergency protection, I would also urge the council to consider permanent tenant protections along the lines of what the King County Council is currently considering. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will continue to work with organizations like the Stay Housed, Stay Healthy Coalition to craft policies that work for the good of our friends and neighbors here in Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you. David Morton.
Hi, good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond. For people living, working, playing, and going to school downwind of the Cadman asphalt plant in Kenmore or the Watson asphalt plant in Redmond, the stench of toxic asphalt fumes is familiar. This stench is not just an unpleasant nuisance odor. Fumes from these asphalt plants contain numerous hazardous, toxic, and carcinogenic chemicals, including benzene, formaldehyde, ethyl benzene, and acetaldehyde. Breathing only trace amounts of these chemicals over a period of years can cause cancer in humans and animals. How many people must breathe the fumes and become ill before we fix this unhealthy situation? The areas around both asphalt plants are becoming more and more developed. Apparently, people trust the owners and operators of the plants to use only performance-graded asphalt cement as the binder in their process. Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, or PSCAA, seems to require that asphalt plants only take precautions to control emissions of particulate matter. PSCAA does not ensure that asphalt plants are using performance-graded asphalt cement and that the plants are not using cutback asphalt and or petroleum solvents. Watson's and Cadman's asphalt plants are designed to evaporate VOCs into the air. When these facilities use cutback asphalt and or petroleum solvents, there are massive VOC emissions. PSCAA should be taking care to ensure that asphalt plants are using the same binders that were used by the asphalt plants analyzed to determine AP42 emission factors for hot mix asphalt facilities. The analyzed asphalt plants did not use volatile petroleum solvents. How can PSCAA promise clean, healthy air for everyone, everywhere, all the time, when the agency does not require asphalt plants to monitor and control VOC emissions and is not enforcing all the air pollution standards of the Clean Air Act, which mandates emission controls for 187 hazardous air pollutants? PSCAA assumes that asphalt plants are operating perfectly, that the plant owners and operators can be trusted to operate on an honor system, and that the plant will follow all the laws and regulations that apply to their facilities without sufficient government oversight. The owners and operators of these asphalt plants act like it's okay to poison their neighbors with toxic fumes if it's only for a few hours a week. So, such self-regulated and improperly operated asphalt plants are public health hazards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Randy Benneker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Mayor Baker, members of the Kenmore City Council, my name is Randy Banneker. I'm here on behalf of the Seattle-King County Realtors, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm calling in from Seattle tonight. Tonight, you'll be discussing a set of tenant protections in addition to a range of new protections enacted by the legislature this past session. To be sure, thousands of tenants have suffered financial strain during the COVID-19 pandemic, but the strain is not limited to tenants, as many landlords are on poor financial footing. It's a complex issue with real consequences. You spent a lot of time on housing affordability, including the important work you completed just last year on accessory dwelling unit regulations, with the hope of creating new moderately priced housing options in Kenmore. Now, in addition to creating affordable units, it's important to retain existing rental units that are naturally affordable. A large portion of these existing naturally affordable rental units are owned by small mom and pop landlords who own 1 to 5 units. These people tend to keep their rents moderate in order to keep the units rented. They're not wealthy investors, but regular people who've invested in their community for education, retirement, what have you. Many of our members work with these folks, and they're hearing about tremendous financial strain and uncertainty that added tenant protections place on them in terms of meeting the mortgage, paying sometimes double-digit increases in property taxes, and the endlessly increasing utility rates. These bills are due whether or not tenants are paying rent. Now, if these people are pushed to sell, their properties will be subjected to market rate redevelopment with increased rents and less affordability in those units' future. While there are programs that offer assistance to rental housing owners, they're narrow in their applicability and may fall well short of a financial lifeline. The King County Eviction Prevention and Rental Assistance Program is closed to new registrants right now. The Department of Commerce Landlord Mitigation Program averages a little less than $2,600 per claim. The Limited Landlord Relief Program, administered by the Washington State Department of Commerce, requires that property owners' income be at or below local family median income. We believe the tenant protections added by the legislature this past session are robust. We ask you to consider the contributions of small mom and pop rental housing owners make to keep affordable housing in Kenmore. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Janet Hayes. Janet Hayes,
I'm here.
we can hear you.
I can't get my video. Oh, there you go.
Here you are.
My name is Janet Hayes, and I have been a resident of Kenmore since 1998. I have been active in trying to improve environmental conditions in Kenmore since retiring from King County Solid Waste in 2007. I chose to be a steward to the environment of Kenmore, the shoreline, air, and waters in my community as best I could. Because I speak out and have taken action to oppose many anti-environmental activities occurring on Kenmore's shoreline, I have participated in the council with public comments, documentation, pictures, and questions. I became a target of David Baker early on. I was called from his phone to my home phone after a joint planning commission council meeting where I had made a public comment regarding wetlands being destroyed on our shoreline. I was new at this. I did not expect his loud critique. "You don't know what you're talking about," he said, raising his voice. "You sound uneducated and ignorant. You should not be making public comments." I felt ill, devastated, and embarrassed. This has been a constant with David Baker, who holds a position of power as our mayor. These were not the first or the last of inappropriate words from the mayor to me. He labeled me as a troublemaker, not very smart, and misinformed to others, any who listened. I have paid close attention since, and now I know I am not the only person to have experienced this kind of verbal abuse and caustic comments from David Baker. After listening to other friends, staff, and people of the community, I have learned his bullying insults are used on anyone who stands in the way of his interests and goals, and could be the reason Kenmore has a small community participation number. Many allow his belittling because they are afraid for their jobs, his rebuke, and any retaliation. Representing and supporting the community is something a mayor should do. David Baker has used his office for his own agenda, no matter the cost to the environment, the community, and the people that live, work, and breathe in it. The council represents the community. They are listening. A community this size needs to be able to vote for its mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mayor Baker, I'd like to call the next group of guests in this order: Vicki Grayland, Stacy Valenzuela, John Hendrickson, Elizabeth Mooney, and Patrick O'Brien. Vicki Grayland.
Here we go.
Hi, I'm Vicki Grayland and I live in Kenmore. Good evening, council and mayor. It's lovely to see you all so well and healthy. I look forward to celebrating Juneteenth and Pride Month with my fellow citizens. And I'd like to congratulate the city on the pop-up vaccination clinic. It's nice to see that the city is taking the health of its citizens seriously. And following up on David Morton's comments, I would agree that the asphalt plant emissions are a health issue. And so I have a simple request that the city, and probably through Mayor Baker as a member of the board of directors for the county health department, that the city request an epidemiological study of the health effects on the citizens of Kenmore from the emissions. I know this is something that King County is good at. They have some cancer studies on their site now. So this is very doable. And I look forward to seeing the results of that. If we can't, we can get some good data on the health, at least, if there's a reluctance to get data on the emissions themselves. And I'd also like to request that the city council direct the city manager to obtain the name and contact information of the person in Jay Inslee's office who can shut down the asphalt plant the next time we have a smoke event, which sadly will probably be September of this year. Not that far off, and I think it's a good time to prepare for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela.
Good evening. Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. I agree with Christine, Janet, and my fellow residents. The time for change is now. All our residents deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, inclusion in decisions, and transparency. Kenmore leaders state they support climate action and are environmental stewards. We say we need you to show that support in actions. You have a huge opportunity to do the right thing, testing and assuring the public that clean air is a priority from the processes at asphalt and the cement plants. Make a great step forward and preserve Tal Achadi's, formerly Squires Landing Park. Our residents' 3 surveys in 2019 responses were the #1 request: preserving natural habitat and trails. Remove the invasive plants, preserve the city's trees canopy, and show environmental stewardship by using only environmentally friendly materials, planks, gravel, no cement, no asphalt. These actions would show that Kenmore is taking climate action seriously. We need you to follow the stay home, stay healthy guidelines that extend the eviction moratorium and make available funds for our residents that are in need. The use of $2.2 million for private club use boathouse that was supposed to be repaid, and it only cost $600K, and $8.2 million for private kayak and dragon boat clubs on public land with no public hearing or input is not in the best interest of our Kenmore residents. Public parks and funds should be used for, I don't know, the public. David Baker has berated or made belittling statements several times to residents that have come forward with opinions and points other than his own. He has continued his bullying in meetings and in coffee with council. He has threatened other city council members. I am confused. Would this harassment be allowed to go on this long to the extent from another person? He has failed to show dignity to so many. I applaud those that came forward to expose the truth, to stand against any form of harassment or abuse, especially by anyone in leadership. We can only move forward when people are held accountable. I challenge you to stand for integrity. Do the right thing. Thank you.
It's 8:14 p.m.
Thank you. John Hendrickson. John Hendrickson.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear and see you.
Okay, thanks very much. John Hendrickson, Kenmore, Washington. And I'd first like to follow up on Janet Hayes's comments. I know it's hard for someone to come up and speak to power like she did, and I thought it was well done. Dave and I got elected together for the first time in 2003, and I served 8 years with Dave. And over that time, I believe Dave's behavior to not only be consistently abusive, but at times to be predatory in that abuse, and at other times to even take pleasure in it. So it's a power game. You know, Kenmore's motto, "Courtesy is contagious," could also be applied to authoritative abuse. If one council member is abusive, even if they're just dishonest or taking advantage of people, or at the city staff level with citizens, you know, it just, people see it. That's what I saw it happen when I first got on the council. The first thing we had Jim Crone case, a big abuse against Jim Crone by the city, and no one would do anything about it. Dave would, I tried to, Dave wouldn't do anything about it. They just let it happen. And so the issue is more than just about abuse, but in a bigger sense, it's about the extent to which the council, either individually or collectively, can demonstrate a healthy conscience. When abuse goes on and you don't do anything about it, you're part of it. Staff sees it, everybody sees it. That's what happened in the Jim Crone case. It was terrible. And it's not just the abuse for individual citizens, but there's also, it can extend to financial abuse. So right from the beginning, we've had this road tax that we pay every year. The city refuses to acknowledge it. Over the first 20 years, it's over $100 million, and it's, instead of used for public safety and road improvements, it's used for operations. Tonight, you've been in an executive session about real estate acquisition. I'm assuming it's for a public works site. You don't need to purchase a public works site. You have the Twin Ponds Park, and there's plenty of space right there that you can put public works, and you could also build at least one baseball field right there, and there's a fence for security there. So I think to help with that, I think the council needs to adopt a strong regular practice of promoting ethical values. That would go a long way in many of your criticism, including tonight's proclamation on slavery and racism. So ethics, I think, is what you need to promote. I think you're missing it. Please adopt a formal policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Mooney.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth. We can see and hear you.
Great. Thank you. My name's Elizabeth Mooney. I've been a resident in Kenmore for over 25 years. I'm president of a nonprofit, a 501c3 called PERC, People for Environmentally Responsible Kenmore. And I'm certainly hoping that people will join and do volunteer work, for protecting streams and air and water and our health in Kenmore. I want to fully support what David Morton's comments have been and are tonight regarding the asphalt issues and the air quality issue, which expands into the Cascadia law and environmental consulting fees that the city has committed $100,000 to this year. I'm concerned that we still don't know whether the emissions are harming people in the greater North Lake Washington area. I also want to support Vicki Grayland's comment and the county health reference to Mayor Baker and the proposal for a study. I applaud that comment 100%. We need to do that and use, please, expedite that, please. I want to now just point out that last week, I believe I heard about a culvert that is going to be on 61st Street and 190th. And I want to just give you a little bit of background. Way back a couple decades ago, we received a small change for a big difference from King County, and it supported stream education, salmon education, and it was given to the PACE at Lockwood's 4th, 5th, 6th grade classes. We even, the teachers and I achieved an award from Ron Sims at the time. It's something that I'm extremely proud about. But at the time, what I want you to know is our former mayor, Dick Taylor, worked with us, and he told us that that stream, Raya 056, that was referred to last week as Cat Whiskers, it has a Native American name that means Little Creek, and it is Chet Shotful. And I would really appreciate that that Native American name gets worked into the future project, and that the folks that are working on that culvert can contact me if they want to. It is not Cat Whiskers stream. It is Raya 08.0056. It still deserves a name. I believe it should be the name that is the Native American name. The culvert is going to be fish passable. We need to protect the salmonids that are in there. And one of my best friends, by the way, is Janet Hayes. And thank you.
Much. Patrick O'Brien.
Hi, good evening, City Council, Mayor Baker, Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. I would like to say yes, what David Morton has to say is absolutely right. As a matter of fact, if he was able to be given more time, if somebody could give him more time to speak, we have a PhD in chemistry in David Morton that could talk to the vital issues that are presented with the Kenmore asphalt plant. He could talk about the toxins. He could talk about the problems right in the front of the evaluation, that the evaluation on the normal asphalt plants is done based on newer plants, contemporary plants, not a plant that started in 1960s and has been laced along illegally, as we've seen happen in Kenmore. So every time you folks have a city council meeting, being that probably over 1,000 people have signed letters condemning and a nuisance letter saying that asphalt plant is a health risk, which we know it is because there's scientific studies that I've shared that show there's no other way to make asphalt without being a health risk, especially given the proximity to our residential areas. So you can't continue to ignore this. This is the #1 issue in Kenmore. So, as far as what Janet Hayes said, everyone has known that Mayor Baker has been abusive for years, and I've had some experience, and Lord knows I've got a big mouth myself, so maybe I deserved it, but these other people did not deserve it. They're shy, and they come forward with their heart and their brain, and they try to express their concern for Kenmore, whereas I'm more of a battering ram. So go ahead, David. That doesn't bother some people, but actually your style, and when you've said things like when the city council has voted down your idea on how plywood supply or any other issue is going to go against your will, you said, well, I'm just going to change this and the heck with you guys. So we have seen your peculiar behaviors, and I think it's time, for every horse to be retired. So I'm asking for a recall of the mayor immediately. And I look forward to seeing who will be outspoken in this and retire him gracefully. He's done a lot of hard work for us. We understand that, but he also has been abusive. So I thank you for the time. And Janet, I'm so proud of you. I can't believe it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Phyllis Finley.
I'm Phyllis Finley from Kenmore. Maybe the city is no longer in a financial crisis. Apparently, the accepted thinking is that the lines of revenue and expenditure will eventually cross, so get used to it. There are myriad ways that the city can prolong that inevitability that I'm not convinced are being put into practice. Several months ago, you were on the brink of raising property taxes by $32,000 a year rather than cutting that same amount of expenses. Let's not let that happen again. Many small intentional decisions over time can contribute to keeping revenue ahead of expenditures for as long as possible. I'd like to suggest two such decisions. The first one is related to a comment I expressed on April 26th. For the purpose of clarity, I want to follow up on that comment. I was concerned that the city was gifting a private club, the North Shore Canoe and Kayak Club, $40,000 per year for boats. Mayor Baker and Mr. Carlinzi corrected the record to reflect that that was a one-time payment. What wasn't revealed, however, by Mayor Baker or Mr. Carlinzi is that the city is providing free moorage and free waterfront storage every year to this private club, and that part of the agreement, quote, shall be automatically extended for one-year terms, unquote. There's an opportunity cost to taxpayers for this agreement. The market rate for moorage and waterfront storage is lost city revenue that taxpayers are forfeiting by this agreement. Over the course of a year or 5 years or 10 years, what are taxpayers paying for this benefit to a private club? This rent-free space in a public park is a disproportionate benefit in return for the small number of Kenmore residents who can or will or do participate in their offered, quote, public recreational programming, unquote. It would be interesting to complete a cost-benefit analysis that would reveal just how much money per participant the city is providing to this private club. The second expense-cutting measure I suggest is in landscape maintenance. The landscape installations around the city are attractive, although much of it seems to involve pruning plants into little balls, boxes, and hedges. When landscape choices are made, please specify the right plant for the right place. In other words, plants that don't need repeated pruning and that thrive with little care and watering. How much money over the course of a year or 5 years or 10 years could be saved if Public Works did not spend time pruning? Is pruning really the best and highest use of our Public Works tax dollars? What other services could be provided instead? In summary, please consider the cumulative financial impact of every decision you make, even, maybe especially, the myriad small ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nancy Hansen. Nancy Hansen.
Mute. Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you. Nancy Hansen from Kenmore. I support all the comments I've heard tonight in support of protecting the environment. I'm just totally impressed with the community for standing up. The thing I wanted to talk about was the urban planner we heard at the Planning Commission, Joe Minikazi. I understand that the council was supposed to be hearing that, or maybe they've already seen the video. But I'm interested in hearing more about it. He shows how zoning and land use decisions can be used to strengthen our city and it would not be on the, on taxpayers to support everything as it's been so far since I've seen. And I want to make sure that the council sees that we can have community discussion on it and get as much input as we can from the council and what they think, if they've seen it. I'm not sure if it's been shown, but one thing that I would like to see, and I don't know where to get, is the overlay map that shows sensitive areas as contrasted with developable areas. I guess there's that kind of map, and we must have, I'm not sure if it's with Kenmore or with King County, but I'd like to find that out if I can, and I'll be asking someone. I guess I can't ask a question here, but I would like to find that out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Baker, I see no further hands raised.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? This would be your opportunity. If there are no further hands, we'll move on to the next item, and that would be our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
And-
Councilmember File.
Second, Councilmember O'Kane.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none on the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Consent agenda stands approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the residential tenant eviction moratorium and renter protections related to COVID-19, presented by our Community Development Director, Ms. Debbie Bent, and guests.
Yes.
Ms. Bent.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight's agenda topic is discussion and direction regarding next steps for residential tenant protection following expiration of the residential tenant eviction moratorium put in place related to COVID-19. I'd like to introduce three panelists who will be giving their perspectives on recent state legislation and the draft model ordinance for potential local legislation, which was prepared by the Transit Riders Union. Kate Wilson is the General Secretary with the Transit Riders Union, and she will speak first. Brett Waller, Director of Government Affairs with the Washington Multifamily Association, will speak second. And Edmund Witter, Managing Attorney with the King County Bar Association, which runs the Housing Justice Project. Council can ask questions after each panelist presentation or can hold questions until after all three panelists have spoken. Following the panel presentation and conclusion of questions, staff is then asking for council direction on whether or not to bring back local legislation for action at a future meeting. To provide context before the panelists give their perspectives, in April, council asked staff to bring back information on three topics regarding residential tenant protections related to impacts from COVID-19 following expiration of the moratorium: payment plan, eviction defense, and how to direct tenants and landlords to resources. The agenda bill provides background information on the residential tenant eviction moratorium, provides information and comparison of recent state legislation and the draft model ordinance, links to resources for tenants and landlords, and data sources regarding tenant evictions. So I would like, Mayor, if it's okay, to begin with Kate, if she will be the first presenter. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here with you tonight. As Debbie mentioned, I'm the General Secretary of the Transit Riders Union, but I'm here tonight probably more in the capacity of someone who's helping to coordinate the Stay Housed, Stay Healthy Coalition, which is a countywide coalition of 60 plus organizations that do work all over King County, and are really trying to do everything we can working with local governments to prevent a landslide of evictions after moratoriums are lifted. So I have a little slideshow. I understand that you've had a grueling evening and it continues, so I'm going to try to keep this pretty short. So I'm just going to walk through a few slides here. Okay, so hopefully you can see my screen. And yeah, so the big picture that we're facing right now is we are finally beginning to climb out of this global pandemic, is that renters across the state have been, for the most part, protected from eviction over the course of the pandemic by moratoriums, but the state moratorium is scheduled to end at the end of June. And we don't know whether it will be extended, but we're kind of thinking that it won't. There are rental assistance programs and renter protections that were passed by the state legislature in their session earlier this year. And those will definitely help a lot, but we are worried that they're not enough to stop widespread preventable evictions. So now it's up to local governments to better protect renters against eviction and homelessness due to COVID hardship. One thing we know about evictions is that the vast majority of evictions lead to homelessness, and it is much more difficult and more expensive to help families out of homelessness once they fall into it than to prevent it from happening in the first place. So there's a high risk of evictions across King County. Data suggests that around 48,000 households in King County are behind on rent, have accrued rental debt during the pandemic. The risk is obviously greater for lower income households who are already struggling before the pandemic. And we've been talking with lots of renters around the county, and some landlords, a lot of landlords have been great, worked with their renters throughout the pandemic. Some are already telling their renters that they will evict them for unpaid rent as soon as the moratoriums end. And there's a big racial disproportionality to all this. Before the pandemic, for example, 6.3% of King County's population identifies as Black or African-American. Over a third of all evictions filed in King County are against Black or African-American tenants. So one of the main bills that the state legislature passed in this session, 5160, does a few really important things. It creates a landlord rent reimbursement fund that provides up to $15,000 to landlords for each household that fell behind on rent since the start of the pandemic through 6 months after the end of the eviction moratorium. It also requires that prior to seeking to evict a tenant, landlord must offer a payment plan, and it provides tenants with a right to an attorney in eviction proceedings, and requires a landlord to offer a tenant an opportunity to participate in the eviction resolution program, mediation program, prior to eviction. So the problem is that evictions can still start the moment the eviction moratorium lifts, which will likely be July 1st, if a tenant is unable to enter into a payment plan due to lack of income or other issues. We know that a lot of people still have not gotten their jobs back. The service sector is definitely not up to full capacity. Lots of people are going to continue to struggle to get back to their full income after July 1st. So, and while there's a large amount of rental assistance on the way through several programs, small landlord relief program, landlord mitigation program, and King County's main eviction prevention and rental assistance program, it's going to take time to distribute it. And it's also going to take really active participation by landlords and tenants. So just to give you a sense, no one knows exactly how long it's going to take. We just know it's going to take time. Last year, it took 3 or 4 months to move around $40 million in King County in rental assistance. The funds now coming available are 4 times as large as that, but there's not actually a lot more administrative capacity. So people are going to be working overtime trying to get this money out. And also another thing to consider is that more paperwork is required. Last year, tenants could basically self-certify. Now there's going to be the requirement to prove that you need this assistance, to provide a copy of your lease, things like that. So there's going to be some hurdles to getting that money out the door. And there's nothing in the new state laws that requires landlords to work with their renters to obtain this rental assistance and maintain the tenancy rather than evicting. So this is what the Stay Healthy Coalition is proposing. And I was happy that Debbie gave the Transit Riders Union credit for the model legislation, but that's really the work of the Housing Justice Project and Ed, whom you'll be hearing from a little bit later. So one thing we're hoping that cities like Kenmore will do is extend a local moratorium beyond June 30th. And Kenmore will have to decide what makes sense for you all. In Seattle, we're pushing for the end of the year. I don't know if we'll get that, but I'm hoping that at least a few more months. And some of the other cities around the county, I think, will be looking at maybe another 3 months. We are proposing to create a defense to eviction for rental debt accrued due to pandemic-related hardship. And this is something that in Seattle is going to actually be voted on tomorrow in committee. And then there's a few other cities around the county that are, I think, similarly to you all looking at this as well. And this would basically mean that rental debt accrued during the pandemic does not become a reason to evict someone. So hopefully that kind of pushes landlords and tenants toward the rental assistance programs. Thirdly, creating a defense to eviction if a tenant has a rental assistance application in process, right? We don't want people to be evicted while they're applying for rental assistance. Banning late fees for rent that became due during the pandemic. Requiring landlords to certify that they've attempted to obtain rental assistance before filing for eviction due to unpaid rent accrued during the pandemic. So, right, these are all just like different ways trying to make sure that landlords and renters are accessing these programs. And then finally, allowing tenants who fall behind on rent due to the pandemic to terminate a tenancy early. And that's it. That's the end. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Yeah, and then just finally just say thank you. I know a lot of you, Councilmember File, Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Herbig, a lot of you have been, putting a lot of time and thought into this, and just really appreciate your willingness to consider these protections, and just they can make a big difference for renters in Kenmore, and just look forward to continuing to work with you to move these forward. So thanks so much.
Anybody have any questions at this point? Yes, Councilor Marshall.
Thank you for the presentation. And approximately how much, if you know, would be available for small landlords? And then do we know much about what the banks have been doing? I've been woefully ignorant on this aspect of it. Have they been offering deferral programs? Are we seeing foreclosures based on during COVID? I bet they've been foreclosed, or I bet they've been deferred, but anything you got on that? Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the rental assistance programs, the small landlord relief program, is specifically for small landlords. I don't actually know, and Edmund will probably be able to answer this better when we get to him, but I don't actually know the total dollar amount in that program. But I would hope, and I know that different localities, I think maybe including Kenmore, also have maybe some discretionary funds. So there might be ways that you can use some funds to kind of fill any gaps that emerge in these main programs. But yeah, I mean, our hope is that, landlords are not being uncompensated, right? That we are finding ways to get rental assistance, especially to smaller landlords, and make sure that, they're not having to absorb all of this either. And I just don't know your other question about the banks and foreclosures. I believe that, yeah, I don't want to speak because I really don't know, so.
Anybody else? I don't see anybody else. Debbie?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Brett Waller to introduce himself and give his perspective. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brett Waller, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Washington Multifamily Housing Association, also known as WMFA. WMFA is the statewide affiliate of the National Apartment Association, representing more than 270,000 apartment homes across Washington state. I am also on the standing member of the King County Regional Affordable Housing Task Force. There are at least 17 multifamily properties in the city of Kenmore, averaging about 75 units per community. These range in affordability from conventional multifamily properties to properties developed and operating with affordability covenants and restrictions. As the King County Bar Association describes in the council memo this evening, there were 15 evictions in 2019. This represents an eviction rate of about 1% in the city of Kenmore. I'd like to first note that evictions are an absolute last resort. There are situations where evictions are necessary to maintain the affordability and safety of a property. And Moreover, an eviction is a legal process, and the process of a contract ending by its terms or a termination of a tenancy by either party is not an eviction, but a termination and end of that tenancy. Additionally, a court eviction process costs approximately $8,000 to litigate. That's almost 4.5 times the average rent in the city of Kenmore. This is an added cost to the owner that eventually gets passed on to other residents and to future residents, making affordability even tougher. Less than 30 days ago, during the state legislative session, WMFA proactively worked with all stakeholders to create a pathway out of the eviction moratorium and toward creating a better future for everyone. This included really massive investments in rental assistance, approximately $1.5 billion. This is both pandemic-related rental assistance as well as future ongoing rental assistance. The legislature also created a statewide just cause eviction policy, which now requires the landlord to provide one of a list of 16 reasons to terminate a tenancy in all cases. There is an exception to a fixed term lease, but for the majority of leases, it really is just cause is required. Additionally, there were protections created to ease us all into a better future for everyone. Some of the strongest measures in the country, including multiple opportunities to prevent any eviction prior to the court hearing. Until 2023, all non-payment of rent cases will first be mediated through the local dispute resolution centers. This process occurs before filing and before a court hearing occurs. Additionally, the state created the first right to counsel for tenants in the United States. While King County already had a very robust counsel program for tenants, it is my understanding that most, if not all, tenants were already receiving some sort of counsel at the courthouse at the time of an eviction hearing. Right now, under the new laws passed in the legislature, all tenants receiving some form of state assistance and those that earn less than 200% federal poverty guidelines will receive counsel. This includes non-rent related basis for eviction. Whenever rent goes unpaid right now, landlords are required to provide mandatory repayment plans. There are also multiple avenues to access rental assistance, both on the landlord side and on the tenant side. As Katie just mentioned, as someone mentioned earlier, the King County rental assistance program did just close for landlords to apply in buildings of 5 units or more, and it's now open for tenant access. While the eviction moratorium has assisted in connecting tenants to financial resources and allowed some to take advantage of its protections to the detriment of other tenants in rental properties and the staff that works those properties. Recently, the police chief in the city of Kent identified the lack of the ability of property managers to evict as a reason for increased criminal activity within the city limits. Under the new state laws for non-payment of rent, if a tenant is unable to pay their rent, they receive a notice, an offer of a payment plan, and an offer to attend mediation. They have 14 days to respond. After that, and before the landlord can file any case with the court, the landlord must obtain a certificate from mediation. The mediation must be scheduled. State law also requires that landlords accept rent if it covers the cost of rent owing, and in some cases, the expenses incurred as a result of the hearing, if that is offered prior to the date of the court hearing. Prior to the COVID pandemic, an eviction took at least 60 days and often longer from start to finish. With the additional mediation requirements, we anticipate that if no resolution is reached, an eviction will take at least 75 days to complete, increasing the cost of the eviction for all parties. So evictions will not begin, and we won't see people in the courthouse on July 1st. The proposed ordinance, which is before you this evening, includes many provisions that already exist in state law and that were passed just 30 days ago. A defense to eviction for pandemic-related rental debt and where the tenant or the landlord is seeking rental assistance. A ban on late fees that already exists in state law. Mandates another form that appears to overrule the state process and court forms created by the county court system and the administrative office of the courts. And extends the moratorium and includes additional provisions that directly violate contracts law, including the ability to just terminate contracts without penalty. If the council does intend to seek restrictions, the council must seek to balance these additional restrictions with support through a local mitigation fund and or a local rental assistance program. Consider too that the state of Washington acknowledged the issue of the few who have failed to communicate during the pandemic about their ongoing rental payment. Any extension of a moratorium without the ability to encourage and address these issues stresses the already fragile rental housing ecosystem that exists. We are seeing a loss of housing units, primarily single-family housing units. Since the pandemic began, 143 landlords have filed a lawsuit in order to sell their rental property. This is 143 times a landlord has resorted to the procedure of last resort. I submit to you that more broad brush regulations we apply to the rental market, the more likely it becomes that an individual will, in fact, have an eviction filing on their record, and the more rental units we will lose to the sale, particularly in communities like Kenmore, where so much of the housing stock is single-family homes. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Questions? Anybody have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Marshall.
Thanks, Mr. Waller. I just wanted to ask the same question I asked our other speaker. If you happen to know how much approximately was available for the small landlords, and then do you have any sense of foreclosure rates, or what if the banks are deferring for the most part? What are the banks doing with regard all through COVID?
Yeah, so the limited landlord relief program has about $1.25 million in it, I believe. I think Ed can correct me if I'm wrong about that. It was passed early in the session and created early in the session. And that program is available to I believe 1 to 4 unit properties who have had what is termed elective non-payers and a corresponding financial hardship for the landlord in their inability to meet their own expenses. About 90 cents of every dollar of rent goes toward the payment of operating costs of that rental property. As for the foreclosure, there are, I would say, about 12%, I think it's about 12% of properties are covered by the Fannie Freddie foreclosure. When you have a single family house, it's typically a residential mortgage. When you have a multi-unit property, it typically becomes a commercial mortgage, which is not then protected by, is not typically protected by a lot of the federal housing programs that exist. And so those would be on the private market and more apt to foreclosure. I don't believe that we've seen a significant foreclosure risk or a significant increase in foreclosures across the country thus far. So.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilmember Kugler.
Brett, thank you so much for coming today and sharing some of this information. I was wondering if you could just recap again to me or expand a little bit more on what you were talking about with regards to the 143 single home renters that filed the lawsuit. Can you share more about what that is?
Yeah, so this is there are 143 cases that were filed during the pandemic. Related as the basis of that lawsuit was that the owner intended to sell that property. Some of those cases are still pending, some have been resolved, but that's 143 typically small owners that have used that basis as a result to end the tenancy during the moratorium, which is permissible under the state's eviction moratorium. And that's in King County alone. That I would say that doesn't include properties where that basis was used and it didn't result in an eviction filing as well. So there's likely a lot more cases where landlords have sold their property because they can't financially make that anymore, or they are unable as small landlords to be able to keep up with the numerous regulations that have been passed over the past 5 years.
Deputy Mayor.
I think I'm going to wait for all three to go because I have a question that I kind of want everybody's perspective on.
Mrs. Bent.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to turn this over to the last panelist, Edmund Witter, to introduce himself and give his perspective. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me, council members, mayor and deputy mayor.
My name is Edmund Witter, and so I'm the managing attorney of the King County Bar Association's Housing Justice Project. And the main thing we do is provide eviction defense to tenants who are about to lose their home. So when somebody goes to the courthouse and they're in King County, we are basically the last stop to be able to help those tenants before they're about to lose their home. The other thing we also do is we run the home-based program, which is a rental assistance program in conjunction with the United Way of King County, which is intended to be able to provide rental assistance to tenants who are about to lose their homes. A lot of the points that I probably would have talked about were already covered by both Katie and Brett, but just a few things I want to clarify about some of the programs and sort of the situation that we're concerned about right now. The first thing is we are concerned that there's going to be a lot of people being evicted despite all of the rental assistance that is available right now. There's currently about $145 million in King County that is available to help renters, but it wasn't until last Monday that you as a tenant in King County could actually go and even apply for it. And by applying, what it actually is, it's a lottery that you're putting your name in for. And so you have to wait for your name to be drawn. And then at that point, you will be screened by an agency, and hopefully you have all the paperwork and qualify for the eligibility. And there will be even a further delay before that check is actually issued. Our concern is that people will be evicted after June 30th before they've even had an opportunity to have their name drawn, application processed, or to actually have that check in the landlord's hands. And that is the unfortunate thing, is that people get evicted despite the fact we have put a lot of resources already into it. And so just to give you a sense of how bad this problem could be, I think Katie kind of talked about how long it took to spend down $40 million in King County. I actually think King County had a more efficient system last time, but I think this time it's going to be a lot slower for other reasons. But in Texas, there was a state report that was done about in April, which showed that out of 176,000 applications they had received for rental assistance since the beginning of 2021, only 250 had actually had checks issued. And so I think there's been a big gap in just getting the money out the door. And I think we're similarly going to have that problem. I don't think we're going to have a Texas-sized problem in King County, but I do think we are going to have a problem. And we don't want people to get evicted despite the fact we have all these resources there. And so there was some talk about how the different programs work. One thing I'll clarify is it's $2 million that's in the small landlord relief program. And when the last time I talked to the Department of Commerce, which was about a month ago, who's operating that program, and essentially it's for small landlords who own less than, I think, 4 or fewer units, as Brett said, to be able to access money for that. They had only processed 4 checks in the entire state of Washington about a month ago when I asked them about it. That number has probably gone up, I hope. But the problem is I don't think a lot of landlords are actually accessing this program. And then secondly, there's another program, which Katie also mentioned, which provides, as a last resort, up to $15,000 to a landlord, regardless of the size or even the amount of money that they have, to be able to access and get money if either a tenant defaults on a payment plan or if the tenant has owed any money since March 1st. The point of this is there are several layers of insurance that we have provided for landlords to be able to, frankly, get paid. And I think we don't want people to get evicted in the process of that, especially because we still don't know how long the economic backlash is going to be from this. And also that, well, we put all this money in there. Why are we letting people get evicted despite that? So the other issue that we're also kind of still trying to figure out here, it's not just that the rental system is going to take a long time, but the courts are still not ready to be able to handle the number of cases that are still up and running. Brett mentioned there's a mediation program that's been started. One of the things that we do with the Dispute Resolution Center, who is administering that program here in King County, is we get all of the notices that landlords send out to basically initiate this mediation process, because they can start that now. And we actually have our own rental assistance money that we can also use for that. But the other day, I got a 2,000-page zip file in my email box, which was essentially just tons of notices that had been sent out by a management company. And what we have to do on our end is be able to reach out to all those tenants, make contact with them. And the way a lot of these conversations go, if we get even a hold of the tenant, because most people don't like strange numbers calling them that they weren't aware was going to happen, is a lot of tenants are pretty perplexed that we're calling them, but they also don't know why they got the notice. Several of them that we finally made contact are saying, well, I paid my rent. I don't know what the issue is. Am I being evicted? What's going on here? So there's a miscommunication there. But that's also time that we frankly don't have, because we don't have the ability to reach out to every single tenant and to be able to have that conversation. And we still don't know how to get to those most critical individuals. But I think the long story of it is, though, I think as Katie kind of pointed out, and I think Brett also alluded to, there's a lot of money available there. What I think the model ordinance that you have before you that was provided essentially does is just make sure that those resources are going to be used before we start the eviction process. It's a temporary issue, it's a temporary process, but there's been a lot of red tape and bureaucratic tardiness in actually getting these programs up and running. And I think we need to be able to give that time, because otherwise we may see people get evicted within, not just Kenmore, within the county, within the state, and within the country, if we don't provide the proper measures and the proper amount of time to be able to keep people housed while the process is in action. And just one other thing, I'll just correct that Brett said. We are expecting evictions to start happening for non-payment on July 1st if the moratorium is not extended. And we don't see really a strong reason that's going to happen at this point, that we will see an extension. The legislation that was passed by the legislature does have, it mostly protects people who have fallen behind due to a COVID or other financial hardship since March 1st. But there are some evictions that could, for non-payment of rent, that could go pretty quickly, despite the payment plan protections there, despite some of the other protections that are within 5160, because that process could start happening very quickly at that point, and we could start seeing people there. And again, the question is, did we get them the resources in time? Are we going to be able to do that? And I think that's going to be the big question that we're dealing with. And I think the model ordinance is a good place to start.
Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, first I just want to thank everybody, Katie, Brett, and Edmund. I mean, I think this is great. I really appreciate the work. Having worked on the eviction prevention rental assistance program in King County in the fall, when all hands were on deck to move that last $40 million, I can definitely remember how difficult it was and how important it was to move that money, and it will be a challenge again, as you said. I appreciate Ed in particular. I remember sending a number, I mean, the frustration of working on that and having landlords, after we process the paperwork, refuse it. And I really appreciate that this is trying to prevent that this is basically saying you need to take the money when it's offered. Because I think that's key. I did have one question, and it sounds like you were kind of the crafter of this model ordinance, and that was around the Section 5 or Piece 5 of it, which is a little different flavor than the rest of it. It's more about, it seems like kind of maybe terminating a lease and then payment going forward would no longer be obligated. It's a little different flavor. So I guess I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the thinking on that.
Yeah, we've gotten this question come up a lot over the last year of a lot of tenants who have been stuck in leases with high liquidated damages clauses, basically something that says like you have to pay a certain amount of rent or the entire rent is accelerated at that point. So it's really kind of dealing with this issue when somebody is basically trying to say, look, I can't afford this anymore. I don't have the same income that I had when I moved in. I'm in the situation where I've had to take a different type of job, or I've had to move out and I need to get out, but this is going to cause a really strong financial penalty against that person. And it's not just that the person owes money to the landlord potentially, it's the fact that like for a lot of landlords that rent out to tenants is like when you accrue that type of debt, it's something that's going to end up on your credit report. It's going to damage your credit. It's going to cause you other problems finding housing if you have to relocate. And so it's about trying to mitigate the harm that would cause at that point. So it's mainly focused on sort of that individual or that specific circumstance, which you're right, it's different from the eviction crisis, but it's basically somebody is related, and that it's somebody who's basically saying, I can't go on here at this point. This is an unaffordable option. I need to really stop the bleeding. And we've been encountering this a lot of times over the last year.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, you had a question, I know.
Yeah, and I'd like to hear other people's perspective on this, but Brett mentioned that the defense for debt due to pandemic hardship and the defense if the tenant has a rental assistance application is already in progress, that those are already existing in state law. Did I hear that correctly, Brett? That was your assertion?
So the defense to eviction for a pandemic related does exist, I believe, in state law.
Was that in 5160 or something else?
I believe it was in 5160. The large landlord program in King County does prevent evictions for those properties that have participated in that program. And I mean, representing the majority of those properties in the state, I know that the majority of these large properties with rental arrears owing have participated in that program.
Okay, so you're saying it's not necessarily in state law, but it's part of the larger.
It's part of the program, right?
Okay, but if somebody's renting from somebody who maybe only owns 5 properties, that wouldn't apply to them. Is that correct?
That program, I believe, is for 5 units and more, for properties with 5 units and more.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Maybe Ed can speak to this more, but I thought that the defense to eviction for hardship was something that had maybe originally been in 5160, but not in its final form.
Yeah, I think it might be worth just clarifying what 5160 does for a tenant who's falling behind on rent. The state law, the 5160, what it ultimately does is says that if a tenant's falling behind on rent at this point, or since March 1st, essentially, that the landlord has to offer a payment plan and then offer to go to mediation. And there are some limits about how that payment plan works, but that's essentially what it's doing there. So it's supposed to provide at least the opportunity for the tenant, as opposed to, without that law, it would just be the tenant gets 14 days and that's it, to be able to catch up on the rent, at which case the landlord may start with the proceeding. The added thing that 5160 does is add a payment plan requirement saying the landlord has to at least offer the tenant an opportunity to get a little bit more of a cushion besides those 14 days that state law already provided. And that's essentially where it's going. The mediation may supplement that. It's voluntary, though, at the end of the day, whether the landlord really wants to do much with it. And I think it's ultimately going to depend on how well does the rental assistance really kind of flow into that program. And as I mentioned, the rental assistance it's still working itself out for the most part.
So your assertion then is that there really isn't a defense for pandemic hardship in 5160?
No, I mean, it's not going to prevent you from losing your home. I mean, it just gets you a payment plan if you can afford it. Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mrs. Bent?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'd like to thank all 3 panelists for being here this evening and giving their perspectives. And what staff is now looking for is direction on next steps. Is council interested in pursuing local legislation, including extending the moratorium or any other protections? And if you are, please let me know what you would like to pursue, and then staff would work with the city attorney on bringing anything further forward for you. If you're not interested, that would be good to know too.
Council? Yes, Councilmember File.
I am open to making a motion to move to adopt the draft recommendation.
As written with no changes?
I'm not sure if that's what staff was asking for.
Right.
Yeah. That's correct. I'm not expecting you to adopt anything this evening. I'm just looking for direction, and then staff would then work with the city attorney. There may be other things that might need to be included in an ordinance that is brought forward that should be included specifically for Kenmore. So right now, staff is not looking for you to pass anything this evening. We're just looking for direction on what you would like to be brought back at a future meeting, if anything.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. I personally like the draft model ordinance. There are things I'd like to see in addition. I'm very comfortable with moving forward and referring this back to review one more time. I certainly would want to see it back in a reasonable amount of time before the middle of next month for taking further action on.
Councilmember Kugler?
I'm also in favor of having staff draft some protections for extending the moratorium so that renters have additional time to access the rental assistance. I think 3-month time frame to me needs to be the minimum.
Anybody else has something they want staff to look at or perhaps incorporate in this? Councilmember O'Kane?
I would like to say I would also like to. I agree with Councilmember Krugler's request.
Anybody else have anything additional? Councilmember Shrevenick?
Well, I want to support staff bringing us back an ordinance that's workable. Yeah, around this. Thanks.
Councilmember Marshall?
And then that, of course, will include legal review.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I think what we have here is a very reasonable off-ramp from the moratorium. And I really appreciate the work that's been put into this. So yeah, I support staff getting this together for us to pass before the end of next month.
All right. Do you have the direction that you need, Mr. Bent?
I do. So what I'm hearing is that you would like staff to bring forward a model ordinance, including legal review. I've heard support for the draft model ordinance as written. I've heard support for extending the moratorium at least 3 months. I haven't heard anything specifically about particular sections not to include, but I would certainly be working with the city attorney if she has any advice on crafting language.
Wonderful. If there are no objections, then we will let staff do the work and get back to us as soon as possible and move on to the next item. All right. Next item, report on the 2021 legislative session presented by Shelley Helder and Brianna Murray of Gordon Thomas Honeywell. Shelley, how good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you as well, Mayor and Council.
And where's your cohort there?
She's here. She's bringing up the screen. Good evening. Because I was out on maternity leave through the majority of the 2021 legislative session, Brianna is going to be presenting to you this evening, but I will chime in as we go through this presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. And I cannot express enough how thrilled I am to have Shelley back from maternity leave. I did my best job, tried my darndest to fill her shoes while she was out throughout this legislative session. I'm not sure if I succeeded, but I do think we managed to make it through the legislative session with quite a few successes that I'm excited to share with you this evening.
You did a mighty fine job.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I tried. This evening, we're going to do an overview of the 2021 legislative session and then focus in on the outcome of your city state legislative priorities, and then conclude with Shelley talking about next steps and how to prepare for the next legislative session. So just to dive right into an overview of the 2021 legislative session, as a reminder, this was the first year of the 2-year legislative biennium, and the legislature operates on a 2-year cycle. Given that it was the first year of that 2-year cycle, it was a traditional long session, which means it's scheduled to last 105 consecutive days. New this year, as like all of your meetings, it was conducted entirely in a virtual format. Democrats held strong majorities in both the House and the Senate This meant that the Democrat Party really developed the agenda that then advanced forward this session. Because of the virtual format, legislators were encouraged to limit the number of bills that they introduced into the process. As a result, 1,075 bills were introduced this session. That is about half of what we would see in a typical year. However, 334 bills passed into law, and that is nearly about what the number of bills that pass into law. So while there were fewer bills considered, we were kind of on par or average with the number that actually were enacted. Legislation that did not pass this session but was introduced will automatically carry over to the 2022 session for consideration, and that'll be the second year of the two-year biennium. In addition to the bills that were considered and introduced, the legislature also focused on adopting the biennial operating, capital, and transportation budgets. The state's three budgets operate on a fiscal year that starts on July 1 of 2021 and ends on June 30th of 2023. These three budgets that were adopted this year will then be amended next session. The operating budget is the one that you read about in the media most frequently. It funds all state agency operations, including K through 12, higher education, and the community college system. Going into the legislative session, it was anticipated that this budget would be facing a significant revenue shortfall due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, there are three things that occurred that resulted in this budget being very robust. The first was that in March, the revenue forecast showed that state revenue collections were expected to rebound to pre-pandemic levels. It also, in the middle of the legislative session, the federal government approved the American Rescue Plan Act, and the state had $4.25 billion in federal funding available to them that must be spent by 2024. While that bullet is under the operating budget, I will note that the money could be spent across all three budgets, and indeed was spent across all three budgets. And then thirdly, the legislature chose to enact a capital gains tax this year, which generates $415 million for the biennium. I will note that the capital gains tax is being legally challenged. However, the legislature did still book that $415 million as part of their budget. The total operating budget was $59.2 billion total, which is about $3.2 billion more than what was adopted last biennium or the current biennium. And over $1 billion was held in reserves for the future. I will note that as far as city revenues go, this is the budget where we receive all of our state shared revenues, and those were fully funded and increased slightly this year. The next budget was the capital budget. This funds bricks and mortar construction projects throughout the state, excluding transportation projects, which are handled in a third and separate budget. The capital budget is funded with bonds that are repaid by a percentage of the operating budget. This year, the legislature issued $3.9 billion in bonds. They reserved $80 million for the supplemental budget for next year. And they added to that bond revenue with $580 million in stimulus funds. This created one of the more robust capital budgets that I've seen in my 15 years in lobbying Olympia, and you'll see that reflected in your city legislative priorities as well. The third budget is the transportation budget. This is the budget that is most challenged for the state. The transportation budget, like the operating budget, was expected to also have a revenue shortfall as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and a significant decline in gas tax revenues as individuals stopped commuting. However, unlike the operating budget, which showed a rebound to pre-pandemic levels, the transportation budget did not reflect that same rebound and was still, with the March revenue forecast, indicating a fairly significant shortfall. That shortfall was exacerbated by a court mandate, a Supreme Court mandate that the state has been trying to comply with for the last several years now, where they need to replace all state-owned culverts, which would require several $billion of investments. The revenue shortfall and the culvert mandate, combined with a growing need for additional transportation investments throughout the state, prompted and motivated a lot of discussions around a transportation revenue package. As the legislature carried out its work, there was a lot of discussion around a grand bargain, where the discussions around a transportation revenue package became connected to other carbon and climate change policy, most notably the low carbon fuel standard and a cap and invest system. Low carbon fuel standard and a cap and invest system would have an impact on the price of gas, which is one of the reasons they became connected to the transportation revenue package. The idea behind the grand bargain is that legislators would reach an agreement on all three, and there would be sort of an inherent balance in those three proposals moving forward. While there was an agreement reached on the content of a low carbon fuel standard and a cap and invest system, legislators did not reach an agreement on a transportation revenue package. To still maintain that grand bargain, the legislature included language in the cap and trade and the low carbon fuel standard proposals that limited their ability to be fully implemented and enforced until the legislature adopted at least a 5-cent transportation revenue package. That sort of held together the grand bargain and would encourage and force the legislature to continue their negotiations on a transportation revenue package. However, here in just the last couple of weeks, the governor did veto the provisions of both the cap and invest and the low carbon fuel standard, tying the implementation of those bills to a transportation revenue package. That veto it's questionable whether it is within the governor's authority to have done, and is likely to be legally challenged. But that legal challenge is likely not going to be resolved in a timely fashion. Meanwhile, it's our anticipation that discussions around a transportation revenue package will continue in earnest, because there continues to be a revenue shortfall within the budget and a demand for investments throughout the state. I will note that the cap and trade system did generate a just over $5 billion of revenue that will be available for transportation related investments, and that money is available regardless of whether a transportation revenue package is adopted. However, those investments are constrained to carbon reducing investments that are multimodal or transit in nature. Because the legislature did not adopt a transportation revenue package, they just adopted then a basic transportation budget, which was $11.7 billion. It did use about $1 billion of the federal ARPA funds, and continue to deliver projects on schedule and continue to make investments to meet the culvert mandate. So no new projects received funding. With that as context, we'll transition to talking a bit more about the state legislative priorities that you all adopted leading into the legislative session. This is a snapshot of all of them. I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide because we're going to go through each of these individually. So we'll just dive right in with a capital funding request that the city made for Squires Landing or Twahadis Park. The city requested $100,000 for improvements at the park in the capital budget. We worked with Senator Frocht and Representative Paulette and Representative Valdez to submit the request in both chambers. And the Senate proposed capital budget, as well as the final capital budget, included $927,000 for the park. I will note that the $27,000 that is added there is the Department of Commerce administration fee, which means that the city will be receiving $900,000 and the $27,000 will go to the department for administering the grant. I want to give great thanks to our 46th district legislators for this investment. And in particular, a great deal of thanks to Senator David Frocht, who is also the Senate Democrat lead on developing the capital budget and was really instrumental in making sure that this appropriation was indeed included in the final capital budget. So a great deal of success there. We'll move on to the next item, which was around clean air enforcement legislation, really responding to your local asphalt facility. This is an item that we have been working on in several different machinations for years now. This year, Representative Paulette and Representative Valdez introduced House Bill 1057. As originally drafted, the bill would have allowed non-residents or business owners or non-property owners around the asphalt facility to file a complaint with the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. This approach was really designed so that the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency could hear from the broader community and users of the Burt Gilman Trail in particular about the impact of the nuisance odor coming from the asphalt facility. There was, the bill went to the House Environment and Energy Committee where it was heard, and the committee chose to amend the bill to change its content and to instead create a work group to discuss the issue further. The bill advanced out of committee, but then it did not advance any further within the House and died with what's referred to as the the Chamber of Origin cutoff deadline. However, with a work group, there's always a plan B, and Senator Frocht implemented that plan B by offering an amendment to the operating budget to create that same work group that was outlined in the legislation via budget proviso. So within the operating budget, essentially the content of the bill as it passed out of committee is included in proviso language, directing the Department of Ecology to convene that same work group. So it was operated in the Senate proposed operating budget. It was included in the then final budget approved by the legislature, and the governor signed it into law last week. So not the solution that we had initially requested through the legislation and through the ability to have complaints filed, but still moving the needle forward on this policy discussion and asking for the state's engagement on the issue. The next item on your legislative priorities was around transportation. We combined your 3 different transportation priorities into one slide. The first was a request for the state to allocate local governments, cities and counties, additional revenue for road and sidewalk maintenance and preservation. This has been a multi-year effort. In 2019, the Joint Transportation Committee completed a study outlining the significant need that's nearly $1 billion statewide for city revenues for maintenance and preservation. Last year, Representative Bill Ramos from the Issaquah area introduced legislation to provide cities with some additional local option tools. This year, that bill was not introduced. However, it was indicated that it would be included in any transportation revenue package that was adopted. In addition to the local option tools package that would be included in a revenue package, there was also direct distribution or other investments in both the House and Senate proposed transportation packages. The House had a much more generous package. It was just over $800 million that would be allocated through the Transportation Improvement Board. However, that funding would be issued on a per project or on a grant basis, whereas the Senate proposal would have appropriated about $350 million to cities and counties, direct distributed on a per capita basis, which is how your gas tax revenues are appropriated now. So 2 different approaches, 2 very different dollar amounts to assist locals in funding maintenance and preservation needs. At this point, that remains something unresolved in transportation revenue package negotiations and is an issue that we'll continue to work on as those discussions proceed forward. The city's second request was specific to a project, and that was requesting $3.5 million for the 61st Avenue Northeast sidewalk replacement. As mentioned earlier, there's no funding available in the transportation budget without a new revenue package. So our focus was to have this funding reflected in the proposed revenue packages. And sure enough, we were able to work with the 46 district legislators and get it included in both the House and Senate proposed packages. I will note that those packages didn't make it across the finish line, so it's great that we're on the project list, but those investments are in no way finalized. I'll also note that within the base budget, WashDOT's Bike Ped grant program was funded at a level that will allow the city to receive its $1.3 million grant for the same project. And going into the legislative session, given the decline in transportation revenues, we weren't as confident that that WashDOT Bike Ped grant program would be able to receive adequate funding for that grant. So with the infusion of federal funds into the transportation budget, they were able to fund that grant program in full. And then the third option, or sorry, the third item that was on your legislative priorities was to preserve local transportation revenues. And to be honest, this is not an item that really materialized this session. This was on your legislative agenda because just prior to the beginning of the legislative session, the court overturned Initiative 976. And we had some concern that the legislature would mount an effort to reimpose Initiative 976, which was the $30 car tabs. And had the legislature gone down that route, it would have had an impact on the city of Kenmore and your local car tab collection revenues. There were no proposals that were seriously considered this session on that subject. And I would say transportation budget writers in particular noted that the overturning of Initiative 976 was really the one piece of positive news that they got in trying to balance that transportation budget. So they did not have a lot of interest in overturning or undoing the court's overturning of that initiative. In addition to your legislative priorities, you all have some policy statements that accompany the legislative priorities. And then of course, we partner with the Association of Washington Cities and the Sound Cities Association in following many different bills throughout the legislative process. You all hear from us very regularly in our weekly reports throughout session where we provide a lot of detail on those issues. And we've also provided a very comprehensive end of session report for some light reading material whenever you all have some time to read our riveting writing. But I just wanted to call out a couple items that may be of interest to you all. And I'm not going to go through all of them here on this slide in great detail. I would note that AWC's requested legislation to provide fiscal flexibility to cities for the next few years to help weather the impacts of the pandemic was approved. And that legislation included some additional flexibility for REIT revenues to be used on maintenance and preservation. So that could be helpful to you all in meeting your maintenance and preservation needs. You all have a statement in support of climate change. I mentioned the low carbon fuel standard and cap and trade or cap and invest proposals earlier. I would say that this was a session where there was the most significant policy advancement on climate change in my 15 years in Olympia and reflective of the Democrat set agenda. Mobile home park legislation was approved to help tenants of mobile home parks that are going through closure to get earlier notification and better and more robust relocation assistance. And I'll note council did weigh in at that public hearing. A slate of over a dozen different police or criminal justice reform bills were passed into law, and cities were allocated a chunk of money in order to implement many of the changes outlined in that package. Tax increment financing, which is something cities have been advocating for decades, passed into law, allowing Washington state to join the 48 other states that have tax increment financing as an economic development tool. That item in particular, I think, has been on the city of Kenmore's either legislative agenda or policy statements for nearly the entire time I've advocated for the city. So it was nice to finally get that one across the finish line. Affordable housing and shelter funding, both through the operating and capital budgets, were allocated at historic levels, both from the rental assistance that you heard a lot about earlier this evening, but also on the capital construction side through the Housing Trust Fund. The Public Works Assistance Account, Transportation Improvement Board, a lot of the stormwater assistance accounts, local infrastructure accounts generally received funding equal to or higher than previous years. I would say overall, as far as local government programs and budgets go, this year was a very successful session. Now, finally, the legislature enacted legislation responding to the Blake decision. The Blake decision is a Supreme Court decision that came out mid-session, finding that the statute making the possession of controlled substances a felony to be unconstitutional, which had the immediate effect of meaning possession of controlled substance was legal. The legislature adopted a bill that makes it a misdemeanor until 2023 and then has a work group. I wanted to flag this specifically because as a misdemeanor, it shifts the jurisdiction over these cases from being at the Superior Court level to the municipal court level, which could result in additional costs depending on how local, how you all make some local decisions. This is an item that I do think will be discussed in the 2022 session and something we may want to spend some time preparing for over the interim months, which is a great segue to me handing over the reins back to Shelley to talk about next steps and how to prepare for 2022. And I just want to, as I turn it over to Shelley, reiterate my welcome back to her, but also just a great deal of appreciation to you all for your patience as I attempted to fill her shoes to the best that I could in a virtual format. And a huge, Shelley's going to hit on this too, and a huge thanks to our 46th district legislators who exhibited that same level of patience with me. So Shelley, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thanks, Brianna. So to wrap up our presentation, I'm just going to briefly review some of our next steps and really the action items that we have for the coming months. We have said this before when we present to you all, but lobbying really is a year-round effort. And so these interim months are really critical to success during the legislative session. So first and foremost, we do want to recognize and really applaud the work of the 46th district. We've said it before, and so maybe it seems like we say it to everyone, but we don't. Really, the city of Kenmore is really well represented in Olympia. Your legislators work hard to understand the issues that are important to you, and then take that direction and go to work. And so we really can't encourage you enough to thank them and to look for opportunities to publicly recognize the work that they do. So we'll be working with the city to find those appropriate opportunities. The next item that we'll be working on is, as it was previously mentioned, the operating budget included proviso language directing the Department of Ecology to convene a stakeholder group to develop recommendations for reducing and mitigating air quality impacts of noxious odors from asphalt plants. So we will be engaged in that work, and their recommendations are due to the legislature December 1st of this year. So there is work for them to do, and we will make sure that that work is completed in the manner that it was intended. There is still the potential for a special session to adopt a transportation revenue package. Legislators, particularly leaders of the House and Senate Democrat caucuses, have said that they will need to find agreement on a proposal before they're ready to be called back into session. So there is a lot of negotiating to do. As Brianna talked about, there's a House proposal and a Senate proposal, and they vary pretty distinctly. So We're going to remain engaged and take advantage of any potential funding opportunities and make sure that however those packages come together, that funding for the 61st sidewalk replacement is included. And then unique to this interim and this year, we are going to be following the activities of the Redistricting Commission, which is currently meeting and will continue to meet to consider how to redraw Washington's legislative and congressional district boundaries. And this is done every 10 years. It's being done with the 2020 census data. And the results from this redistricting will take effect for the November 2022 election cycle. So finally, looking ahead to the 2022 legislative session scheduled to begin on January 10th, it'll be the second year of the biennium. So the legislature is going to be amending the biennial budgets that they just adopted. It'll be a short 60-day session. To prepare for that, we will update the city's legislative agenda and policy statements to reflect the outcomes of this past session. So as you can tell, we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we're happy to answer any questions about any of the outcomes from this past session.
Questions? Anybody have any questions? Councilmember Marshall.
And isn't it correct that the Blake legislation also requires mandatory pretrial diversion?
Correct. So a little bit more detail on the Blake decision, and we can send you a full briefing, or it's outlined in your written. But
yeah,
so,
that's fine. Just
yeah, law enforcement need to have record of having referred an individual to treatment services at least twice before they can arrest. And then upon arrest, the prosecutor has an option to do deferral or diversion to treatment as well. There is a small amount of grant funding available to municipal courts to set up those diversion programs. But there is no additional funding to assist law enforcement in the tracking of interactions with individuals. So each, as I understand it, each law enforcement agency is evaluating their own approach or best approach for tracking those interactions. If arresting is something their local jurisdiction is choosing to do, I do believe there are some jurisdictions who are choosing to not make arrests for either financial or policy decisions.
Any other questions? Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you so much for that presentation and overview. I was wondering if you could provide more details about the radar funding, whether that's an increase in previous funding or somehow just redistributed.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. That is an excellent question. I'm not sure that I have those details off the tip of my tongue. The legislature did fund, oh, Shelley does though. Go for it, Shelley. Coming back from maternity leave with gusto, I like it.
Well, and I will be happy to verify this and follow up with you if I'm incorrect, but the radar funding is not directly funded from the state. So that's funding that comes from the county. The reason that we had that on the state legislative agenda is because we wanted to take advantage of any opportunity that there may be to secure state funding for that program in the event that the county chose not to fund it. In the detailed written report that you all have, there were a couple different types of programs that were funded that the radar program may be eligible to receive and to apply and receive funding for, but there was nothing specifically dedicated to the radar program.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shelley, it's good to have you back. And we will hopefully be talking with you soon. So thank you very much. How does council feel about taking 5 minutes? I wanted to do it before this presentation and I forgot, much to my dismay. So shall we take 5?
Sounds wonderful.
Wonderful. We'll take 5. Let's be back here at 9:47.
Nice job tonight! Exclamation point. Thank you so much for your hard work.
You're welcome, Mr. City Manager. Just to let you know, you're not muted. I'll do it. All right. So let's come back from our respite, and next item on the agenda is
the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Mr. City Manager, if you please.
All right, City Council, how y'all doing tonight? You doing okay so far? Okay. Well, I can be brief because you have the memo and it's pretty self-explanatory, but just as some background, as part of the pandemic relief, Congress recently passed the American Rescue Plan Act. And part of that act gives direct funding to cities and other local governments. Kenmore's allocation will be about 5 million total, just a little bit over 5 million, and we'll get it in 2 chunks. We'll get 2.5 million probably next month and another 2.5 million a year later. And we have until the end of 2024 to spend the money. I've been checking around with other cities, our next door neighbor cities and some other cities in the state. And the general sense I get from other city managers is given that you know, we have 3.5 years to spend the money, they're not rushing in to figure out the different ways to spend the money right now. They're taking kind of a slower, more methodical approach. The memo you have gives some background on the funding, some potential ways to use it, even talks about some potential guiding principles and a big picture strategy, and it gives some possible examples of how you can spend the money. I'm recommending that for the most part that that we too also be somewhat methodical in how we spend this money and do some community involvement. And we have an ARPA administrator coming on board next month that's going to help us work through that and help us with the community engagement and all that. But my main question for you tonight is, I know there's been some interest expressed in providing cash assistance to low-income residents. And so my main question is, do you want to give direction to get going on that now, or would you prefer to wait on this and consider it in the full context of ARPA? I checked with our next door neighbor cities around here, and none of them are considering direct cash assistance right now. But for example, one city manager told me that she's going to research all the different levels of human services funding that are out there, state, local, county, and then they're going to identify what's covered and what gaps there are, and then further refine what their city might be able to provide directly in light of all that. So that's why they're going to wait a little bit before they make decisions like that. So anyway, that's my main question. Do you want to get going on some direct assistance now, or do you want to wait until the ARPA administrator comes on board?
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to move forward with the direct assistance as soon as we can, in part because part of the reason why this money was put out there was to help kind of, well, there are people out there who are hurting right now who can't wait another few months for us to be methodical about this. I think, two, part of the reason the money is put out there is to help keep us from further sinking economically in the larger sense. And one way to do that is to get cash into the hands of people who need it, because it will be spent and reinvested in our community quickly. Three, I'm not a huge fan of, if we have the choice between making donations to specific nonprofits or putting cash into the hands of people who need it, I'm going to opt for the latter every time, because the former is frankly a little paternalistic. It's us telling folks, we know what you need better than you do. It's, you know, you talk about looking for gaps, and yeah, we should figure out where gaps are with human services, because they do serve an important purpose. But you know who knows where the gaps are? The people who need the cash. If we're looking at 0 to 30%, those folks need the cash. I don't think there's any question about that. Even if we weren't in the middle of this economic situation we're in now, and even if we weren't dealing with the pandemic, those folks would need the cash at 0 to 30%. So I would prefer that we get, you know, you in your memo here, you're talking about $1 million. I would prefer that we move forward with, you know, that's 20% of what we're getting from ARPA. I would propose that we move forward with that as quickly as we can to the neediest families in Kenmore, because there are people that need help now. And waiting a couple months is just going to get them further into a hole. I mean, we heard about that earlier when we were talking about tenant protections. There are lots of folks out there who need help now, and they don't have the time for us to be methodical about it. And we're just talking about 20% of what we're getting from the feds, but I'd like us to move forward.
Anybody else? Councilmember Shrubnik.
I think we have a responsibility, not necessarily to be methodical, if methodical is a negative word, but to be responsible with our money. This is a unique opportunity. It's at a unique amount of money. Represents, 30 to 40% of our operating budget. If it were to come in at 1 year, which of course it doesn't have to. That said, I'm very much for the direct assistance. And I think Councilmember Herbig said it well, to those who need. And what we don't know, if we indiscriminately provide it to people who are at 30% or below AMI, is, do all of those folks need it? How about the people that are 50% AMI? Maybe some of them need it just as much. Maybe there are particular issues that they need it for. Maybe there are things that we could target it so that we serve the most vulnerable in our community. As much as I want to push this out the door, I want to be responsible. So I'm going to have to say I want to take it in context, and I want to know that we're giving it to those who need it. And I think we have not defined that. And I think particularly given that it would be administered by nonprofits anyway, I would definitely try to hear from people who are approaching these nonprofits about what their needs are and who they are, how many, find out more about what the need is before we just arbitrarily make a decision without any information.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm for supporting with direct funds. Serving on the Human Development Committee, what we know is that families received funding during the COVID pandemic. Those who had been working before, those who had prior worked the year before that, and there was also funding for some childcare, not a whole lot, right? Who did not get funding were seniors and disabled. There was a reason for that, because if they were seniors, they were probably not working the year before, or laid off for work, or let go for work. So they fell through the opportunity gap. They went through with less funding assistance. They went through with less food assistance, less electric assistance, less internet assistance, while food costs rised. Families who were low income and under 40% of the mean were pretty able to get food assistance, pandemic food assistance even, which is an increased level of food assistance of $600 a month. Now, regular EBT benefits were raised 15% per family or per individual in a family. During the COVID pandemic, those persons who fell through the opportunity gap were socially, economically disadvantaged beyond just those pieces alone, let alone if it was race, culture, or class, or origin. There are deeper disparities that exist here. So what I would recommend is that, one, we make sure these funds are for Kenmore residents, and two, that we look at it in tiers. Did they receive assistance, COVID pandemic related assistance during the pandemic at all? Start there. And that 30% is a great place to start, and start with who has not yet received funds.
Anybody else?
Councilmember O'Kane, please. I would like to start by thanking our city manager for having the creativity and thought to even consider direct payments, and also that taking the initiative to reach out to our neighbors to find out where this concept lay. And I personally am so proud to be in a city where this idea happened here, and we can be leaders here. I also have to say, and I think, and Councilmember Shupnick, I hope that this may support, or I hope I'm understanding what next steps might be better. I think that the nuance that you brought forward is incredibly important. When these are tax dollars going directly to people, we need to make sure they are going to the right people and distributed appropriately. And I don't think that we have the answer to that now, but I am very comfortable with the city moving forward with the concept of $1 million in direct payments to people in need in our community. I just love the concept. So yeah, so I think we do need some study, but I think we can start right away. And thank you, Mr. City Manager. It really is a bold thought that you brought forward to us. So thank you.
Councilmember Kugler, you've been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I had technical problems, so I missed the beginning of the conversation. So excuse me if I'm repeating some of what you've said, but I also am in favor of giving direct payments, cash assistance to our residents, and I don't want to tie things up and take too long by doing all of the research, but I do think it's doing our due diligence and being responsible with these funds to understand how we're going to use them, I think, as a whole. What I've been thinking is, I wonder if there are alternatives to giving it to HopeLink, because I want to make sure that it's a simple process, that it's responsive, and that there are few restrictions. Just as I've been doing my research, I feel like there are a lot of nonprofits like the United Way, St. Vincent de Paul, HopeLink that give support for rental assistance, utilities, food, basic needs, but there are things that are being left out, like prescriptions, gas, cell phone payments, other types of things. So to the extent that we could maximize our dollars and get it, get as much of this money into the hands of the people that need it. I think if we could do that by taking a little bit more time and seeing if we can leverage grants or partner with other cities or organizations, like I would prefer to take some additional time once we get an administrator to do some of that research.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real briefly, there are going to be additional funds for human services. So we're going to be seeing that come through. What's different is when people have needs and are struggling, they don't tend to ask for help with food. They don't tend to ask for help with their rental payment or their house payment or prescriptions. What can happen when you've had the opportunity to live life mostly with privilege is to not see how difficult it is for people to access services. In the pandemic, we saw disparities and gaps of access, and our federal government worked really hard to close those gaps, yet gaps still continued. And we saw those gaps within North Shore School District, within our senior community and our disabled community. And, Councilmember Kugler made a good cite the fact that there are additional needs that can be covered. One of the reasons why we look to HopeLink is that they are the service pathway coordinator for our pathway. And if some of those funds were to be used for a person to manage those funding opportunities for people within our community, hopefully we could do that with a satellite here in Kenmore instead of having people have to go out to the Kirkland location, or at least have it as an opportunity, targeted universal approaches here in our community at ground zero. That being said, there's a lot of good studies about how pandemic relief was applied throughout our region and locally over the last year. So that's good evidence. So it's not starting from nothing, it's starting from something we've already learned. That's why I support Deputy Mayor Nigel Herbig's recommendation on direct assistance, and I'm grateful that he came forward with that idea and led with it for Kenmore.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, I trust, of course, we would have to put in place anti-fraud measures and methods of proof so that we don't have people walking in, taking advantage of us. And that we got to recognize is going to put time on the staff to develop. And that's a considerable challenge, but I trust that our city would be able to undertake that or ask for whatever assistance they need for proof of your income level, proof of your need.
Yeah, that's right. And HopeLink would be set up to verify all that. So.
All right, any other questions?
I have a Councilmember O'Kane has just a very brief comment. I just want to make sure I acknowledge that Deputy Mayor Herbig brought forward direct payments in March. And I've been just following so closely to the work recently, and I really want to acknowledge you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing forward the concept of direct payments. So thank you to you and City Manager for bringing forward work that we can work on here. So thank you.
I was going to correct that for the record, by the way. Waiting for the right moment.
I wanted to do it. I was like, oh, I need to get this right. So thank you.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Of course, right as I unmute my mic, my two cats act like they're about to start fighting. If we were to partner with HopeLink, like you proposed, Rob, would they be able to maybe set up have office hours or something in like the community room or something at Kenmore City Hall to make it easier for folks to access them and fill out whatever paperwork is required and do that sort of thing?
What we met with them to talk about this concept, and I'm sorry to say I did not ask a very obvious question like that. But I'm confident that they would, at least, certain hours per week, they would set it up. And I can insist that they do. And they would have to hire temporary staff for this. So they could house those staff up at City Hall, or at least, during certain hours a week. So I'm confident the answer is yes.
Would we be able to use city resources to get the word out to potentially eligible families, like using partnerships with maybe the school district who has a good idea, who's on free and reduced lunch, things like that?
Yes, for sure. And so if you give me the green light to move forward with this now, our next step will be to get with HopeLink and set up an agreement with them, and then they can start getting everything in place they need. I do need guidance from you on any restrictions that you may want to have. Like I was suggesting 30% AMI. I think I heard Councilmember File add another one, which was, ask them if they've received any funding prior to this. So I do need guidance around that.
Comments, questions? Councilmember Kugler. And then Shrubnik.
Sorry, my comment is not in response to what our city manager just asked, but what I was wondering is, would we be open to choosing another organization, such as like Neighbors for Neighbors, which is more of a mutual aid program? I mean, I just like that they don't take as much overhead. I mean, they don't have staffing, but more money could get to the people and maybe they could give more. I talked to, Pastor Anya Hellman today. She was saying that some people were reporting that that they did have difficulty reaching HopeLink, that they were having difficulty accessing the help they need. So I really just want to make sure we're choosing the best organization to get the maximum amount of money out to people. So would we be open to that?
Sure, it would. It might take a little more time for us to shop around. We might, if we do what you're suggesting, we might have to do some sort of a request for proposals or something like that. I've worked with HopeLink ever since I've been here in Kenmore. I'm impressed with that organization, and I find them to be pretty efficient. But again, I'm not necessarily a recipient of their services directly, so I wouldn't know that end as well.
Any other comments, questions? Yes, Councilmember Shrubnik.
I'd like to at least consider Center for Human Services. They've been very involved in our community, and they're a full service human service agency. I guess the other criteria I would have, I mean, maybe it's already obvious from what you've presented, but would be, that there is a need expressed and that need cannot be covered by other resources that are available. So it's not simply an income level.
Yes, Councilmember Marshall.
I think a residency requirement should be in there for time period, so that we wouldn't have people just coming here for the day or something like that.
Deputy Mayor.
I mean, I'm looking at what 30% AMI is, and for a family of three, it's $31,250. I can't imagine anybody with a household of three living in Kenmore off of $31,250 doesn't have a need. I would rather personally just get the cash out to folks under 30%. I can't imagine how families are surviving on that income. I would rather just get it out to folks who, because I can't believe that anybody at that income level doesn't have a need personally.
Councilmember Kugler.
As part of the criteria, can we just make it residency and not citizenship?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? All right, City Manager, you've got direction?
I don't think I do. What's in your memo is 30% of AMI, $1 million to go out to 2,600 residents, $350 per person, $1,400 for a family of four. Any other things that you want to add to that? We certainly can. I just need your direction. And I also hear that there's probably not any objections to Councilmember Kugler's and Councilmember Shrubnik idea that we look around at 2 or 3 different agencies to see who's best equipped to provide the service with the least amount of overhead. And we could probably reach out to several nonprofits and do that fairly quickly. It might take a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks maybe.
That's the direction council wants to go? Yes.
And with
file.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with in-city services, access so that we have a satellite spot on the ground within our target. Thank you.
Is that Deputy Mayor?
I mean, I would say that now, because we're giving Rob this additional direction to reach out to other services, that we can probably circle back and nail down more specifics once he's had a chance to do that, because it sounds like that's going to take you a couple of weeks. Is that correct, Rob?
Yeah, and the ARPA administrator's first day of work is June 17th. And so she can pick up where I leave off when she gets here. But yeah, but I can, with the help of my coworkers that I have at City Hall, we can at least get this jump started. But I'm hearing mostly that the council does want to move forward with direct cash assistance, and $1 million is about the right amount. And so we can start moving forward with that, and then come back to you later with more specifics once we've done a little more research with the nonprofit groups. Okay. All right, I don't think I need a motion for that. I think there's consensus enough for me to move forward with what you've told me tonight.
Good. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Potential public works site property acquisition presented by City Manager with our Operations Manager, Jennifer Gordon, Environmental Services Manager, Richard Sawyer.
Your Honor, I saw Councilmember File had a question. I don't know if it was from the previous.
Councilmember File.
So on the remaining pandemic assistance funds, the ARP funds.
Yeah.
This is going to be the first time in Kenmore's history that we will have the opportunity to be able to fund projects or improvements in such a way that we have not ever been able to do before. And sometimes when you receive funds like that, it's good to have a guiding speaker, somebody who helps you unbuckle your thinking and take the lid off and help you spark those ideas and innovate. And so I almost wonder if that would be worth our time and effort before leaning into how we spend these other funds. Also hearing from our community, I wonder if any of our colleagues might be interested in that.
Are you talking about a community engagement process?
You did recommend a community engagement process in your memo, I believe, and about how our community would hope to have those funds spent and recommendations. But before we make further action as a council, really with how these funds are to be spent and how they could make a dramatic difference in Kenmore's ability to reach to closing opportunity gaps and addressing real systemic differences within our community, let alone water improvements or infrastructure, in ways that are really hard to fund. It might be wise to have some scoping ideas and maybe have inspirational speaker come and address us and help us spark our ideas so we can grow those beyond just a traditional box if we want to be smart and innovative.
I think the person we're hiring for that, and she's coming in as ARPA administrator, also as an assistant city manager. I think you're going to be pretty impressed with her, and she might be the type of person that can lead that effort without having to hire somebody. Her name is Stephanie Lukash, by the way, and I think she might be watching. Yes, she is. Anyway, she's pretty impressive. I think she might have the skills to do what you're talking about.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think we can be smart and innovative without a keynote speaker. I do think the community engagement plan to figure out how we spend the rest of the money makes a lot of sense.
All right. Now let's move on to the potential public works site property acquisition.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. So it was 3 years ago this month that the City of Lake Forest Park gave us notice that they would no longer be providing public works maintenance services for us. And so that was notice that we needed to be providing that service in-house effective January 2019. And so ever since then, so for the last 3 years, we have been hunting for a permanent site for the public works shop. And we've tried a couple times, not been successful a couple times. And so you kind of hit the reset button as a council and said, hey, let's go back to the drawing board and redo our criteria and everything like that. So you adopted a set of criteria with phases and a process for us to do the public works shop site selection. And we are continuing on that process. And we plan on in the next, sometime in June, probably mid-June, we plan on bringing you, giving you an update and a community update on where we are on that site selection process, probably all the way through phase 3 of the site selection criteria. So with that as background, we also noted that during this site selection process, if the rare unicorn of a willing seller came around, that we would take a serious look at that, even no matter where we were in the process. And sure enough, a willing seller has come forward. And it happens to be the property at 6506 Northeast 202nd Street and 6520 Northeast 202nd Street here in Kenmore. So that borders the south side of the Kenmore Junior High School. And the property is being listed as 2 properties together. There are some residential buildings on the property right now, but it's an opportunity to say, hey, we have a willing seller who wants to sell property that roughly fits the criteria. The one piece of criteria that might be a little bit difficult is that it's zoned residential. And so some sort of a zoning code or a comprehensive plan amendment would be needed. But we also knew that there would be challenges like that, probably no matter what property we looked at. But with that as background, I'd like to turn it over to Ken Williams to give you a little more information about the property and some purchase terms that we've been working with the seller on. So Kenan.
I'll mute myself. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I admire your stamina going through it. Looks like you have a few more things to do after I leave, and you've been at it for a number of hours. This has been a very good process. I mean, the last time we went through things got a little bit difficult. Now we have someone who is truly a willing, and not only a willing, but an excited seller. Looking forward to work with the city. The real estate agent, Drake Remington, has been very responsive. We looked into this last week. We started having conversations, and by Saturday afternoon, we had a signed letter of intent from them. I had originally put it together, but they had some counter terms, and that's what we came back with. We do know that they had another competing offer that was very similar to ours. We agreed that we would present the city council with a better offer. And so the basic terms are $2.5 million. We are going to agree to pay the excise tax on the sale, which is another approximately $60,000. We would, if we didn't do that, we did it under threat of eminent domain or something like that, it would be waived, but there would be costs there. Typically, governments, when they buy properties agree to pay the excise tax. We also agreed as part of the deal that we would have a 60-day feasibility period with a $250,000 earnest money. The earnest money goes hard at the end of 60 days unless we want to extend for another 30 days and we provide an additional $25,000 that's non-refundable. But that all that money that we put down applies to the purchase price. So $2.5 million is what we're looking at on the purchase price, plus the cost of closing and sale on the excise tax. One other thing that we did that we would normally do when people are displaced is provide them with some relocation assistance. That's required under the Uniform Real Property Acquisition and Relocation Assistance Act. So we knew where the tenants were, how many of them were. To be fair to them, we provided some relocation assistance of either a set amount of $5,000 per unit. There's 3 of those up to $15,000, or if they were unable to move themselves, that's for a self-move and they had to hire people to help them move, up to $7,500 a piece. And that's to take into consideration maybe somebody that has a disability or something like that. If they actually have to hire professional movers, they're going to get that paid for. So that's a good deal for them. All in all, they're ready to go. They have already prepared a purchase and sale agreement. I was going to do that, but they feel more comfortable using a standard CBA form, that's Commercial Brokers Association form. I saw the one that was presented to them on one of the other offers, and it's very straightforward and it will meet our needs. I'm going to be reviewing that over the next few days and working with the city manager to get that prepared. And with your motion tonight, if you approve it, he'll be able to execute that purchase and sale agreement. When it finally comes down to waiving the contingency, of course, the city council will be involved and say, yes, we're moving forward at that point.
And my estimate would be that'd probably be sometime in July, and that is if we moved forward with the actual purchase and closing of the property.
Yeah. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes, it's actually not exactly directly related, but we did have a comment from the public about the Twin Springs property, and I just want to put that to bed if that was not an eligible property for some reason. Was that not among the 70 that we looked at that made it through the first 2 phases?
I'm going to have to defer to Jennifer and Richard on that.
Yeah.
So we didn't look at properties that were already providing a public use.
Yep. And my understanding is that the Twin Springs property has restrictions on it for parks and open space. But my memory could be wrong on that, but that's what I remember from a while back. But I know Debbie Bent is still here. I don't know if she remembers those.
I don't know if she's still on or not, but it was, I think, part of the taking over of that park property from King County. There were some requirements that I can't remember the exact requirements, but I think it has something to do with that. And then the other part of it is that there is significant amount of critical areas on that property. And so there would be a very slim area where we would be able to put a shop on that property.
Thanks.
Councilmember Marshall.
I also recall a public process as to Twin Springs that involved the public and some sort of planning for a passive use park.
Sorry, I'm not sure. I guess I'm unclear on which park they're actually talking about.
Twin Springs.
Twin Springs. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking Squires Landing for some reason, but there is only It's a very small area that you could develop on that property, and it also is covered in quite a bit of critical areas.
It's Debbie. Jennifer is correct. There is a restriction on there for retaining that property for park and open space, and there are significant critical areas.
Too much.
Plus we went through a pretty big public process on the parks, recreation, and open space plan. And it was, pointed out during that process that end of the city, that part of the city, that northeast part of the city, doesn't have a lot of parkland. So I think that's another reason why. But I think the restrictions on the land are enough to look at other properties instead.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none.
Your Honor, we have a proposed motion, if I could read it. And
yeah, no, go ahead. I'm looking to myself for it, but go ahead.
Okay. The proposed motion that both Kenan and Dawn prepared is, here's the title of it: Motion authorizing city manager to sign a letter of intent for the purchase of real property. And here's the full motion. Move to authorize the city manager to sign the letter of intent dated May 24th, 2021 to purchase real property located at 6506 Northeast 202nd Street and 6502 202nd Street, Kenmore, Washington, and further authorizing the city manager to sign a real estate purchase and sale agreement consistent with the terms of the May 24th, 2021 letter of intent as approved by legal counsel for the city, and feasibility which shall be subject to city council approval. How's that for a motion?
So I need to ask the city clerk, do you have a copy of that?
I do not, Mayor Baker. And that
Okay.
was too.
That's a very complicated motion.
Yep. So I would recommend that either I get a copy of the motion via email, or someone or suggest that City Manager Carl Lindsay read the motion slower so that I can transcribe it.
Here, let me forward it to you real quick.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please, Deputy Mayor.
I mean, I'd actually like it with a complicated motion like this that we don't have in our agenda packet. I'd like it if staff could screen share so that we can actually all take a look at it.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or have it sent to all of us here quickly.
Well, I think for the public's sake, we might as well screen share it.
That's very true.
Because usually they're in the agenda. This one is not.
Right.
So,
and it is a very complicated motion, so it's something I would certainly like to see.
Okay, I can screen share it right now.
Great.
Why didn't I think of that? There you go. You see that?
It's a little small.
Okay, let me make it bigger. Oh, look. Let's go with 150.
thank you.
So if everybody's had a chance to look at it, the chair would entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to sign the letter of intent.
I so move.
Seconded, Councilmember File.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
Deputy Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Mayor Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you all very much for that. Staff report.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I have about 10 items that I need to go over with you right now. I'm just kidding. I don't have anything. Have a great night.
Councilmember, reports and initiatives.
Excuse me.
Councilmember File.
Before we move on to reports and initiatives, Mayor, I'd like to recommend that we take action on the ask made by Mr. Evans earlier tonight to help fund the upcoming COVID vaccine pop-up clinic. He asked for an amount of $200 to help with printing costs and translator costs to help reach into our community to meet our community's needs and connect vaccine.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon? Excuse me.
Point of order.
Yes, please.
I think that as much as they might support it, I think that motion is out of order with our agenda.
Okay. So noted, and I would tend to agree with you. Councilmember O'Kane.
And I just wanted to confirm that that dollar amount is within the city manager's authority, delegated authority. Is that correct?
It is. Okay. It certainly is. And the city manager is certainly free to act on an amount of that size of his own free will. So, yeah. All right. Let's go with the councilmember reports.
Hey, Your Honor, I totally forgot something.
Okay.
So there's a couple things that I need to correct. One, I just got a call from a coworker saying the address of one of the properties is wrong. It's supposed to be 6520, not 6502. So my bad. I got to double check that. That might take me a second. And then the other thing is I totally forgot about Lauren and her presentation on Human Services webpage. And so I was too eager about making a funny joke and totally forgot to bring Lauren on during staff report. So my apologies, Lauren. Council, if it's okay with you, can Lauren go ahead and give her thoughts on Human Services webpage, and then I'll work with Kenan and the city attorney to make sure we got the correct address.
Fine. Lauren.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Nice to see you. My name is Lauren Homiak. I'm the the communication specialist for the city of Kenmore. I am here tonight to hopefully give you a very brief overview of the current community resources page that we have on our City of Kenmore website. I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see the page. Anastasia, do I have the ability to share screen here?
Yes. Green button, bottom.
Yeah. Okay. So here is our homepage for the city. And if you go to the services tab here, you can see this nice little community resources link right here. We intend this page to be a useful tool for our community to find access to a lot of different types of resources. We've cultivated the list over time. A lot of the list that's included here also includes organizations that are funded by Kenmore's Human Services Funding Program. However, this page is separate from that. This is focused on more general community resources. So you can see here that there is a wide variety of topics and categories that we cover. Affordable housing. If you click on any of these, they pull down a full list of links to mostly websites, sometimes phone numbers.
Looks like these.
And let's see. So yeah, the different topics here, and then it does take you to a secondary directory that we have for resources that are specifically related to the pandemic. So I just want to point that out, that we are keeping these resources separate at the moment. So here you can, of course, find vaccination information. And then it's the same drop down where there's specific pandemic community support resources. It links directly to our resources for businesses, language support resources. So those are separate. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council today so that you guys are aware of it and make the community aware of it. We always look to make enhancements and edits to this page to keep it up to date.
All right. Any questions? Thank you very much. Deborah Shrubnik, Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thank you. Yeah, the purpose of the presentation was at the retreat, Councilmember Fowle and I had offered to put together a resource guide. And so did a little research on that and realized rather quickly after talking with 211 that would be out of date rather quickly if we were to do some sort of static guide. So what we suggested to Rob was having something on our website that instead pointed to 211, which is a live database and is searchable by topic, by area. It has a ton of different ways you can search it. It's a very robust database. So I'm kind of hoping we can maybe bridge what we do on our website, which is great. It's very highly curated, and also point people to 211, which is more comprehensive. So I don't know whether there's a way, Lauren, we can kind of bring those ideas together a little bit.
Yeah, and 211 is listed specifically in categories, but I know that was a resource that we may want to highlight in a different way.
Cool.
Maybe make it more prominent where you do not need to click through to find that.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you.
All right. Mr. City Manager, have we got it straightened out yet?
Yes, I have 3 different sources saying that it is 6520, not 6502. So what I showed you was incorrect, and I'd like to share my screen. But hey, Dawn, would you mind telling the council what we need to do to fix that?
Yes, absolutely. What I am hoping, since this is a motion authorizing signature, of real estate, what I'm hoping is to get a motion to correct the earlier motion. Rob is going to show you the correct language, and just to repeat it with the corrected language and then vote on it so that we have the accurate address. I mean, I'd hate to have to rely on Scrivener's error when we have you still here. So if we can just correct that again, that'd be good.
Yeah, and thanks Nancy Asley for pointing this out before the council meeting ended. That was awesome. But I'm sharing screen and you can see the correction in red. So 6520 Northeast 202nd. I should probably put a Northeast here.
So, City Attorney.
Yes, so at the beginning where it says motion authorizing the city manager, I just say I move to correct our earlier motion authorizing the city manager and then just go from there.
So then the chair would entertain a motion to correct the earlier motion authorizing the city manager to sign a letter of intent.
And Mr. Mayor, I would, if you may, if you can, could you please read the entire motion?
Certainly. Move to authorize the city manager to sign the letter of intent dated May 24th, 2021 to purchase real property located at 6506 Northeast 202nd Street and 6520 Northeast 202nd Street, Kenmore, Washington, and further authorizing the city manager to sign a real estate purchase and sale agreement consistent with the terms of the May 24th, 2021 letter of intent as approved by legal counsel for the city, and feasibility, which shall be subject to city council approval.
So moved.
And I'll second. Let's be consistent. Clerk, please take the roll.
Deputy Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Mayor Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
All in favor. Motion passes.
Unanimously. Okay. Go back now to Councilmember reports and initiatives. Councilmember O'Kane.
Okay. I do have two comments this evening. Both point to council rules, which we've spent a great deal of time on earlier this year. And I think and they're separate topics, but I think both I need to speak to today. The first, I think I'll go in order. First is just related to the agenda and bringing new items to the agenda or amending the agenda or suspending rules. It's really important that we follow the agenda as posted, and amending a proclamation as it's already been making the suspension of rules to change the order of speaking. It placed us all in an awkward position, especially since we're diligently working to follow them. Yet we do want to respect our community members who have comments. So I understand the heart and intention behind the motion, but in this case, and I did vote yes, but I also feel like, we need order in that place. And so I just want to say it's really important for us to stick to the agenda and be very considerate about the intent and importance of suspending the rules. So I just wanted to call attention to that. The second is a little bit more challenging for me to bring attention to, but given community comments this evening, I feel it's important to call attention to our general courtesy expectations in the Code of Conduct, and especially in particular, be courteous, respectful, kind, and professional at all times with everyone. I think that's section 4C. It's not something I want to bring up, especially with someone that I have high regard for and good rapport. So, Mr. Mayor, I value our relationship, but these comments this isn't the first time public comments have come with regard to this topic. And so I think it's very important that I just raise attention that it was heard, so that our community knows that it was heard, that we care. And I think I'm not asking for anything here. I'm drawing attention to the courage it took some of our community members to come forward and say what they did. And this was even hard for me to say. So I care about our body as a whole, and that we're working together and all equally representing ourselves with courtesy and respect amongst ourselves and with our community. And I will end there. Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
I have a couple of comments and thanks that I wanted to share. One was that I wanted to thank Council Member File for facilitating this vaccine pop-up in our community. I thought that was great and gave our residents easy access to the vaccine. I really want to thank Council Member O'Kane for her comments that she just made, which were very brave, and I also agree with them. I had made note that I wanted to talk about that part of our meeting during the proclamation, that while I also feel it's important to respect our rules and protocols, when we invite people to our meeting, I feel it's our responsibility to make them feel welcomed. They might not understand our protocols and may not interact with us in the way that we expect. And so while we can do what we can to let them know and prep them in advance, it's inevitably going to happen. So I just want us to keep people engaged and make them feel welcome at these meetings. And I want to thank all of you. We've had really long meetings. I find your input and comments really thoughtful and insightful, and I think we're doing really good work. So thank you for putting in the time and commitment.
Councilmember Srebnick.
Thanks everyone for their comments. And I might bring this at a different time too, but I been reading a bit about police use of force and police contacts in community. And one of the most frequent way that the public has contact with police is around traffic stops. And there's some new studies, there's some old studies, but there's some new comprehensive studies that really show that those traffic stops are racially biased and they lead to arrests and on occasion violence that is also disproportionately falling on people of color. So I'd like us to, at some point, if I get a second on this, it does not have to be next time, it does not have to be 2 times, but at some point in the near future, revisit this issue. Some places are starting to have completely different folks that are unarmed deal with traffic stops, but at a minimum, many places are saying that police should not be allowed to interrogate on what they call pretextual issues, which are issues that are unrelated to the traffic stop itself. So that could be a kind of a small thing that we might be able to do. And of course, we're a contract city, so this becomes a bigger issue. But I'd like us to at least think about that if we could, if I have a second.
I'll second that. I've been looking at the issue myself, actually independently, and
Oh.
routine traffic stops are really problematic the more you look into it. So yeah, enthusiastically second that.
Great. So we'll have that brought back to us.
Yeah.
At the later meeting.
There's consensus.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And I'm certainly in favor of that. And I see another head nodding.
I think we've got consensus. Okay.
So, consensus. So let's have that brought back to us at a later meeting. All right. Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I'll address something that occurred in the beginning of the meeting, as it was preempted by a request by Ms. Vernell Miller herself, reaching out to our council and our clerk prompted the entire council. So that being said, Mrs. Miller had pointed out that our Juneteenth proclamation was a bit out of date, being that there is a federal recognition and a state recognition. And there was consideration to maybe pull it and have it come back. It was desired, she still wanted to speak to it. It was clear that Ms. Miller did not understand the protocol for proclamations or editing a proclamation, or what happens when one receives a proclamation. So in the future, we, as preparing our special guests for for a wonderful moment to celebrate together, could do a better job about onboarding. So moving on, I'm really excited to share that as the Kenmore liaison to Eastside Pride, we are working on our video submission for the Eastside Pride launching, which is very exciting. All surrounding cities are participating and submitting a video or a compilation. And I'm really grateful to my fellow colleague, Angela Kruger, who has been so great, Councilmember Kruger, to jump on board and help with that compilation video. I'm not so video savvy, and she's a great editor, but we need a few things. There's been a request that was sent out to council tonight. Eastside Pride needs a form completed for use of pictures that will also be utilized across social media in the video and then posted to YouTube. So that being said, if you could take a look at your inbox and verify, you can use your picture from the 2019 Pride event. We really appreciate it. That'd be most helpful. And I don't know when we are having our Pride ceremony for flag raising here in Kenmore, but I do know we're going to be updating our Pride flag, which is exciting, and bringing it current to the new design. Accepted design. So I'd like to know the date of our upcoming Pride flag raising ceremony, because it's something they would also at Eastside Pride like to be able to share with our surrounding community. So if somebody could get back to me on that, that'd be great.
Well, can I just, we don't have a date set yet, but one thought is to do it next week on June 1st.
Love the idea.
And I think last year, we had Rita Moreno, who is kind of she's the go-to person for love notes, right? Anytime somebody wants to do a love note, we send them to Rita. But last year, Rita, I believe, was there filming it live on Facebook Live. And so we could check Rita's schedule and see if we can do it on the 1st of June. Since the flag is going to be flying all month.
Sounds great. I think that sounds lovely. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And lastly, we got to celebrate the Pride Proclamation, reading that in today. It was great to work with the Kenmore staff and team years ago, and Deputy Mayor Herbig on that proclamation. And in the future, I think it's ready for an update, but I'm really grateful to our city that we were the first city on the North End to bring a proclamation in, to raise our flag. And as the first bisexual member of this council and member of the LGBTQ community, it's very meaningful that our community is recognized and has a place where we are welcome, accepted within the community that we live in. It was great to see a business owner accept that proclamation and be able to celebrate our moment together as a community. And we were, as a society, we worked really hard to ensure the rights of people to be who they are, free to marry who they love, free to love who they love, be able to close those opportunity gaps on housing and jobs, being with your loved one to their end days. There's still more work to do, but I think we are in a good place and having Kenmore be a safe, welcoming community. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Nothing to add.
So Sunday, I was crossing the bridge heading toward City Hall, which I do a number of times during the course of a day. And there was a lady walking on the park side. She had a cane, and she was stopping. She had a plastic bag with her, and she was stopping and picking up trash. Traffic was backed up a little bit, so I kept watching her. She'd take a couple steps and bend over and pick up some more trash. So I pulled in at the parking area over on the corner, and when she came up, I thanked her. I think it's pretty amazing when somebody takes time without anybody asking them to stop and walk the block and pick up trash. And I told her how much we appreciated this. And so I'm going to write her a letter of thank you on city stationery, because I just think it's a great love note for the city to care enough about your city that you're going to stop and you're going to do your part and you're going to help keep it clean. So other than that, that's all I have. And if there's no other business to come before us, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.